All right. He is gone. Rip. Well, one of you invite me, whoever the host is, or forget it. I can just make a new room, I guess. Roxas just bailed entirely, I guess. All right. I sound back. Well, I can see that it's not great. I mean, maybe, maybe it's coming back. You guys can hear something now. Yay. Now, let's. Did we lose Roxas? You still predict Yosemite exploding will lead to the end of the country and I guess it wouldn't be nuclear, it would be volcanic winter, right? And where did Roxas go? Roxas is not coming. He had to leave. Okay. So we need somebody to fill in the last match there. Um, and yeah, so Titan, we need you to be Roxas for a minute. Amarok exploding. Oh dear. Yeah, sub in for one round. That's what's needed to finish out this group of three. You and I have to win to prevent Thonix from going 3-0. No, Thonix, you're supposed to be. Thonix is supposed to be straight opposite me. Titan is partner. Titan, you're blue. You're not supposed. You left. That's not how that's supposed to work, sir. You can just click switch to blue team. There we go. Welcome back to those of you who have sat through this. Apparently, we are because yes. Um, apparently, because we restarted stream, we're going to be showing another ad. Much to my distress, Taco has become evil because he keeps playing multi-melter. Fun. All right. Bratwurst is out of the 2v2 queue. That leaves us. That leaves us this grouping. Your stream title scared me, but it's not for almost 3 hours yet. It's true. Welcome back. Back again. Amarok is back. Tell a friend. Sorry about the hiccups there, guys. That was frustrating. Not much I can do. It was between us and Streamlabs. Of course, you know, we do run it through Los Angeles, so you know that shouldn't be a problem today. Oh, mouse, what? I am confused. All right, so we apparently have run our pre-roll ad, or our ad thing. Thank you very much for the follows from Roshan and Dead Legend. Appreciate you guys following during our hiccup here. But we do theoretically have things fixed. Alpha Titan and Amarok are one team. Phonics and Daycrawler are the other. And channel point predictions are up. Amarok said all formations were okay. I did. Perfect. No more chaff. Aha, wait, no. I have a crawler. I have a crawler alive up here in the dirt. Let's go. Yikes. Your missile missed 2 wasps. You were scammed. Oh dear. Hey, Jerry Hattrick. Hello, hello. And you still win your side? Whoa. Let's go. We like the idea of intensive here. Right, let's go here. We are finally logged in. I think we have everything. Now win this. I have channel points on the line. Wait, hmm. There are no channel points on the other side of the line, but you know. All right, it is 5,900 to 5,000. We've won the first 2 rounds, and I've kind of built a little bit of a surround cage. Oh, look at that. Double missile on the into a single crawler pack. We've got our steel balls going right to tower with the various bulls. Exactly how you drew it up. And while Thonix is solving that problem, we're going to give him a different one. Right, he wins the round anyways. A little disappointed in that, honestly. Oh well, there we go. Entire side will be that. He'll do this again. You get a level, and let's take a little bit of extra speed this time. Now you can do the wasp image, Jerry hat trick. Let's go. It's a Pastor Drewski raid. Thank you very much. Welcome in. Happy Friday indeed. For those of you that don't know Pastor Drewski, of course, he is one of the other family-friendly Mechabellum streamers. Runs a very wholesome and fun stream. Does some variety, does some other things. Last playing Ball Cross Fit. Obviously, somebody's shipping that relationship, I think. But we are running Wasp shenanigans in an in-house 2v2. Of course, you guys can type bang Q to join the in-house 2v2 shenanigans. Onyx seems to have us covered so far. Actually, hold on a sec. Yeah, no, wait. That's actually. And then we do those two. You guys over here. Maybe it's that, honestly. Yes, yes, there is a ball in front of that rhino. It's true. Hey, Jerry Hattrick. Are you thinking it should be somewhere else? Well, hello, Van MW, and thank you very much for the raid to Pastor Drewski. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We've been having some internet hiccups, but we do have the Mechabellum Mini Masters coming up a little bit later. That will be starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. I am co-casting with Age of Alpha Titan, who's also one of the tourney organizers. And very much looking forward to that. And Rhino gets tower, see? All according to plan. Raging Jim G, how do you not have a guild invite? Would one of the moderators please handle that and let us know when done? Appreciate it. Yeah, shrug. We don't know how. Of course, Raging Jim G, 2,000 plus MMR player, streamer, YouTuber. When does that start? Asking for a friend, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. You guys will have to figure that out local time, whatever that is for you. There are some fangs left, so our couple of Phoenix are going to be in trouble eventually. But we did not lose much. Yes, plus 2.5 hours. That's a good way to phrase it. 2.5 hours from now. Ah, well, that's fun. Also, why is my phone ringing right now? Who would call me at such an important time? Oh, this is Jerry, thank you very much for the handling that, sending an invite to Rage and Jim G. Assuming you've got that, sir, I'm going to mark that redeemed. Whopping 10 rocks spent there. You have a shield up to protect units that have just been orbital jabbed. There is, however, a tower. Row. Yeah, Twitch Whispers are top right corner. We have Wasp range, so our Wasps win the Wasp v Wasp. I found that a little less amusing, but it was one, you know, it was a call-in. It's fair. Free Forts is a bit rough, for sure. Does we loan here? Probably. I mean, I didn't. The question for me was whether we needed to loan, due to having had kind of perfect monies. But will let us throw a few things down. Those three wasps did have a lot more to chew through. Hello, Bimpy. Welcome home. How are you? There are forts with AA barrage. Sure. We've punched through one. We get tower. We've punched through three. $565 hit points and a dream. Can we bring this down? Get that shield down will help a bunch. And it does. The high-level Mustangs are down. Also got a fort on the weak side, yes. I would have sold them, but maybe we will keep them now. Ooh, more speed. More everything. More that. Obvious clone range speed time doesn't leave us much anything to do, but we get you to just draw that. Is there something to sell here? Rhino's getting towers. Let's go. Wasp's getting towers. Let's go. Board completely ours. Wasp, wasp, wasp. Double smoke and oil on Titan's side. And we still win down to 188 over here. What are we taking here? We do that as level 1, right? Get all the clicks in. We get the tower first. Very nice. Let's go, team. We get the second tower. All right. Lumping wasps into AA barrage. Yes! Another level. Get a level or another missile for left tower. Ms. Diana was on it this game. We are chasing a crawler. Huge pack of wasps to fight off that one crawler. I don't think 3 Mustangs are going to handle the Abyss. And GG's. We have stopped Thonix from having a championship. So the GG's here. Yep, indeed. GG's all around. Title goes to Thonix and Amarok, who each had 2 wins. The Thonix and Roxas and Titan also have a share of a title. Good thing nobody called your bluff. Yes, indeed. And Titan does go undefeated to earn a shared title with Roxas. All right. We're going to declare our network, knock on wood, network hiccups over. The photon does not stop slow from missiles, by the way. The slow from missiles, if you want to prevent slow from missiles, that's why you run power armor. Photon coating does not. All right, that was a fun set. Thanks for the games, guys. I'm going to take a 3-minute ad break because I need to refill this whole huge side. I mean, technically, Thonix still had those 3 Mustangs left. No, that's not a change. It's just it's always been the case that it doesn't. Okay, I'm going to run a long ad because I need to grab a little bit of food and refill this big jug of water. I'll be right back. It won't be long. We're going to run a 3-minute ad, and then we'll set up, during that 3-minute ad break, we'll be setting up a 2v2 grouping. Right now, though, we are needing a 3rd player, because Nightcrawler and Age of Alpha Titan are going to be off playing some 2v2s. So I need somebody to join Ms. Diana and Cat Mew. And that will be whoever types bang Q next. You will be the 3rd player in this 2v2. It should be a fun group. Very aggro stuff. I volunteer as tribute, says Blood Ninja. All right, so that'll be Dragon Lord in. But again, we're going to run ads and get that set up afterwards. Ms. Diana, there's a spot in the booth for you if you want. And yes, you do have to type the thing, technically. There we go. And are you playing? You're playing under Dragon Lord, right? Oh, and you're playing under Blood. Okay, there we go. But it will be a moment before we. Yeah. You'll be back in 10. That's fine. I'm gonna run a 3 minute ad anyway, so we can wait a minute or so for you. And yeah, take your time, Kat. Take your time. Has marked ready. So let us mark ready up. Blood, that's you as well. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. We are ready to go.
I have a sneaking suspicion that the plan here will be to be outclassed.
Oh, excellent. Let's go. But just let me know if you're going to throw down wasps, and I'll pick something else to do. I've got a rhino specialist I could do it with. Rhino wasp I've been playing.
Yeah, I've got nothing here that really says play me
Okay.
all that hard. I'll probably just pick up Amplify Specialist and see how it
26,
goes. It's got the most hit
2600 hit
points.
points. Yeah, all right. We got plenty. 63 total.
I'll make up for your reckless choices.
Thank you. Opponent is in Mustangs and is a speed specialist, so speed Mustang crawler. I might not be in the Rhino Wasp.
Blood's cost control, so should be some interesting techs and handles.
All right.
I'm going for the ill-advised chaffless start that will feel great in round 1 and probably feel terrible in the next 4.
Okay, great.
And Blood picked up Phoenix, round
Round
1.
1, Phoenix. Eeen.
Which is probably going to do well against the chaffless start.
Right? I should do very well against Chapless. Phoenix did get a slight nerf today, down to from 3.2 to 3.4 second attack interval.
Yeah, it takes 2 shots to kill a tank, so.
Yep.
Unfortunately, even with cost control, it takes 2 shots.
Right. Yeah. And tanks shoot every 4.5 seconds, so it's not like it's buying them an extra shot, not until they're mech paged, right?
Oh, we're in luck. It's going to be completely unsupported Phoenix against 1 marksman. So.
Oh, excellent.
Like I said, it's going to feel great round 1, and I'll be kicking myself in the next 3.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you can always triple recruit something next round.
Oh, yeah. Tanks are just medium level chaff.
There you go.
That's my copium, and I'm sticking to it.
I have left you a whole 7 units.
Might be okay.
They were 3 different types, but your marksman seemed to handle them all.
Ooh. Still my heart. I don't think I can take the Salt Storms. It's unfortunate. I already had some. I think I definitely would. I can take the subsidized steel ball. Chaff's not an important pillar of the game, right?
No, not at all.
I mean, steel balls, I'm sure count as long as they're 150 cost.
Actually, a lot of people
fine.
do actually take that as a theory.
I don't have Mektiv on mine, so.
Oh, interesting. Well, still with armor, they'll be big and chunky beasts.
Also, Phoenix remain unsupported, so that's nice.
All right.
Other news, steel balls do not kill things very fast. So I know this is a learning channel. I'll make sure chat is aware of this.
Yeah, steel balls. Steel balls is chaff clear, not the idea. I mean, I'm pretty sure you could get pretty sure you could reach at least 400 MMR with no chaff, no chaff plays or seal balls as chaff clear, but probably not both. I think if you tried both, you'd be at around 1 MMR.
Well, I'm 19, and so far that's the plan, so...
Alright, alright. Well, get the wasps. I guess this is the wasp turn.
I have purchased chaff.
What? Who are you, and what have you done with the real Diana?
A little worried that Blood might be saving up to get an Abyss to Abyss me, but nope, just Vulcans, just Vulcans.
Right. Cat is in a ranged raid. Welcome home, Toast. How you doing tonight? We are still a couple hours away from the start of Mecha Mini Masters, and by a couple I mean 2. Comes up in about 2 hours 10 minutes. Right now we're doing some in-house 2v2s. We've got Diana and Amarok against Cat and Blood, and in fact I forgot to set up a channel prediction for that, so let's put one up here.
What's your classic answer for Vulcan heavy play?
To what?
Vulcan heavy play.
Vulcan heavy play. Worms are a very good answer. I also like to beat them with forts. They have that amazing tall fort bar.
Things I am bad at. Problem.
Right, we'll put up a 2-minute bet here, guys. A 2-minute bet, not a 5-minute bet, because we are already into round 4 of this thing. Could, in fact, be an orange donut. We might be in trouble. It could be an orange donut with a photon emission underneath it, which would really be problematic for us.
And not having money to do what I wanted this round. Hopefully won't pay too much for it.
Instead, there are going to be some very plain wraiths out there.
Well, that was an intensive Vulcan that was very well positioned by Blood. I'm going to lose my side.
Ruh-roh. We're gonna get tower.
That deserves a compliment.
What?
I just think Blood deserves a compliment for
bringing out nice positioning. Look at me go. Yeah, Blood is in this tournament tonight, right? So, gonna take some extra health for now. Right, his drill on his crawlers. Steel balls for the rhinos. Drill on the crawlers was good.
Yee.
Problems.
Yep, yep, yep. Interesting.
Clearly I loaned. I don't know if you need to, but...
Yeah. I am deciding what I'll be doing next.
Temp range, please. 20 seconds.
Oh.
I think I lost.
Yeah, Raiden just read me like a book. Well, I feel glad that we both lost our sides and neither of us let each other down.
Exactly. It's beautiful. Congrats to those of you who bet on Cat Save Mew and Blood. Diana, thanks for dropping by the booth. That you, well, you are going to be opposing Cat this round, I believe, with Blood as my direct opponent, and no, and wait, what? Cat as my partner, Blood as my direct opponent. Yeah, and you're opposing Cat. Good luck. Have fun.
You too.
All right, we'll run ad real quick while we juggle things around here, get people back into the room. Clearly, my problem was that we weren't on the beautiful one. Let me just go back. Okay. You're in the right spot. Blood, don't worry about it. There you go. Channel points predictions are up. You messed up your answer versus that build playing versus Roxas, so I made sure to have a good answer for it. Excellent. Excellent. All Wraith is probably the best answer. So it's nice to run into and kind of see how that's supposed to go from the defensive perspective. Welcome back to those of you that saw ads. Channel point predictions are up for Game 2. Amarok and Katsei Mew on facing Blood and Diana. We've got the standard map. Blood's an aerial specialist. Diana, a marksman specialist. We've got double speed over here. Well, gotta go fast, right? No, you, Blood. You can't make me have fun, sir. Ball Wraith versus Wasp Rhino. Who wins? It was the Ball Wraith last game. Blood again with the early Phoenix. This time as aerial specialist. Foregoes a deploy. My team have not yet learned about flying, so did cat get pulled all over the board? Oh, okay, this Phoenix can work on my crawlers for a while. Gonna be a long round, yes. I hope you haven't finished off the towers, because I'd love to. Yes, I'd love to run away. Please keep running away. Yes, perfect. Keep running away, team. Keep running. No, don't come back. Ah, dear. Slash end, right? Forward button. All right. The Phoenix attack speed nerf getting value, maybe. Yes. Yes. Faster forward button needed, right? All right. He has one. I'm eliminated. You can hold out, Cat. You can do it, bud. You cannot do it. Beautiful Sakura skin Phoenix. Get the round, get the level. And we go to next round. You could not. I'm sorry. It puts too much pressure on your little units. My bad. What am I doing here? If they level, we need to be able to one-shot them. This also does better damage against the steel balls. So that's what I'm thinking with that. Blood Aerial Specialist skipped it. Also skipped the level. Was not what I was expecting there. I guess he wants the triple deploys. Does get a value missile on the right side. Yep, 4 rhinos. 1 to keep each. You need 8, though. 8 rhinos and give them snacks. They just keep it busy forever. I've lost to those stupid Phoenix again, partner. Have we invented upshoot over there? No, we have not. Well, flying units aren't real. I bought one of my own, but, you know, he's aerial. I miss when aerial gave 10 range. That was fun. A little OP, but really fun. All right, 6,300 to 5,800. We haven't won a round yet. Those Phoenix cleaning up some of our early advantage. Airspec giving 10 range made Wraith impossible to balance. True. I think you're not wrong about that. Okay. What if, yes, what if Giant Spec gave all Giants even 5 extra range? It'd be disgusting. Mostly I miss it on fun grounds. And by that I mean my fun, not, you know, balance fun or anything else. Same as I miss the 5 range on Fangs. Is there a Wasp Swarm from opponent here? There is a flank crawler, but partner is covering it. Thank you for the flank screen. Middle flank screen from partner gets the job done here. Of course, we have then pulled some of his chaff, but by pulling his Phoenix, pulling some of his units wide, we kept our Phoenix alive this round. That was part of the idea there. Yeah, you're not even on screen, Cat. You don't have to worry about it. But this time we have the surviving flying unit. Unfortunately, it's flying out in front. So if there's upshoot, we might be in trouble. There is upshoot. Oh dear. Well, and it does seem to have quite a lot of stuff there. See how much value we can get out of some storms and some ranged towns. Well, we've mitigated a lot of damage. Not all of it, but again, it's small round wins for opponents. 5,600 to 6,300, we go to round 4. Channel point predictions are closed. This is there. People are all in on Cat and Amarok. Those were some hungry storms. You're not wrong. I mean, don't want to. Do I want to? Let's see how that goes for us. Haste Module Phoenix on my flank. Oh no, Haste Module Phoenix have the crawlers in the way. Those crawlers have gotten a ton of value for us. Did we help Cat out in time? We have now lost a tower. So our side is going poorly. Wait, we've got a tower. Oh, we're gonna clean up on level 2 Phoenix there. That's delicious. The rhinos are back. And the rhino came back. Boat is happy. What is that doodad sitting in the corner screening your flanks? It was partners crawlers. Let's go. We seem to have lost the air war this time, although not horribly, really. Left storm is missileable, and it got missiled hard. Fair enough. Nice play from Blood. That is going to be a round loss for, well, no, it's going to be Many Boat. Hello, Many Boat. If only you were shooting the Phoenix, we would have won this round. Again, a small win for Blood's side of the board. 5,100 to 4,950. On we go. Oh, perfect. You are the best sell, but here's my stonk box. Yes, a bit of stonking would help us as well here. So many crossing lines, it's true. There are many crossing lines. Partner shows up at just the right time for us. Thank you very much, partner. Saves our side. Boat came visiting. 2452, 5100. Feels pretty solid to me. No stonk box for cat. Very sad. Partner on up to triple teched on the big boat plays. There's a ranged splash wraith. Now there are 5 of them at the moment. And the oh no, we dodged. Look at that. He had a little flank crawler to try and pin the Phoenix in place. But we mobile beaconed the Phoenix and they survive. It is pretty big with those wraiths on the board, so I can definitely feel the slower rate of fire for the Phoenix. They're having problems. Big round from Blood. We had too much invested in those crawlers, I think. Not sure if that'll actually get them into safety or not. Mostly I'm trying to find out. Yeah, get some of them to safety. I mean, it was pretty good for having them come back out, too. One extra dog on the left made a huge difference in terms of that pull. Opponent does have the chaff clear advantage. but yeah, now we're in on tower. Come on, baby. Bring the tower down, thank you. That guy should have leveled. Not quite. Oh, you're going with that attack, huh? Well, that's silly of you, but sure. I've lost a little bit. Partner seems to still have some boats, so we'll see how that goes. Ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom. Can't heal from this. There's one Fire Badger and one Wraith left. And, yeah, Cat is doing his best Woot impression, it's true. Alright, I think this ought to do. Lone range speed. Missile some junk out, sure. Big Void Eyes from opponent, but we have many buff forts here, and many anti-air barrages to take out a lot of the air game. Whoosh. That one was fun. That was wild. Yeah, dropping the orange anti-air marksman to just destroy these wraiths was great. That was amazing. Just completely changed the board to be able to throw down anti-air barrage and AA marks on the same turn. And of course, getting to the point of shielding all of the chaff clear. We probably could have sold this storm. It really wasn't pulling its weight by the end of the game. So, you know, maybe I should have sold that to bring out maybe one more Phoenix or something. But that was a big win to save the 3,000 that was bet on us. Cat sending the 2 boats to Amarok because I don't like to concentrate the boats. Gut instinct on the acid turn was to play 2 Void Eyes with the EMP armor to drop the acid. Then I was like, it's probably Fort AA. And a shield device. Yeah, I did think about both of those, but I figured the shield was going to help against the Splash Wraith so much that I wanted the bubbles up. And I didn't have many hit points on the forts proper, so I needed the hit points from the shields. We had long-range fort there. That makes us... how is this? We'll go to a game 3 with Amarok 1... Blood 1 versus Diana 0 and Cat 2. So Diana, you're going to be straight opposite me. Cat, you will be opposite Blood. And let us run our ad set now. So Blood is partner. Diana opposite me and Cat opposite Blood. There we go. Channel point predictions are up on this one. 1.5 hours. 1.5 hours, Thonix. 1.5 hours till start of Mecha Mini Masters. You're facing a doped up cat. Uh-oh. Right, Diana has tried the Void Eye. What are her techs here? She's got flying, charged, range, energy shield. Um, Game just gave you double training spec, nano repair, and fort by round 5. Double leveling a fort on the same turn feels so good. Ah, if only you could get quick cooldown now. Cat, go play the outside. Right, stakes in this one. Of course, channel point predictions are up. Cat, same you, has 2 wins. Diana has none. Amarok and Blood each have 1. So if Cat wins this one, Cat will be 3-0 and our little mini tournament champion here. And if Blood and I can win it, then we create a 3-way tie. No pressure on Diana. She's just in it to win 1. I am Evil Cat. Salt Stormcaller. Well, that's fun, isn't it? Let's see here. This can be back here. I do expect the Assault Storms kind of right on the line from Diana. Not sure. Is it? It is. It's Assault Storms. I knew that was coming. I knew Diana couldn't resist it. So we've thrown down the Sabers. We'll be taking anti-missile on them in a moment. And Blood has gone straight to the tower behind them, which he gets. Let's go, Blood. And if Cat is going to abandon the mid in some way. Of course, Diana is famous for doing those cross-board diagonal pieces. I find myself in ball staying despite not having any steel balls. And Cat wins the round anyways. 5,600 to 6,000. Assault Storm is a very fun card, yes. What does Assault Storm not... You know what? She has no upshoot right now. She might be thinking the same about me. Famous or infamous? True. Good question. Is it two more of them? Where is Diana going? Blood's given her a second something to think about. Steel balls that are now kind of beaconing out and coming at that tower. I like it. With a flank screening crawler to eat a missile if there is one on the line for either. More storms for Diana, and she took the marksman drop. I don't think I've taken round 3 anti-missile in a long time, gang. But I figured she was going to commit to it more. And I also figured the sabers could do some big damage. Nightcrawler says, Alpha Titan just lost to me in a 100% fair fight. I'm better. 100% fair sounds fishy. Oh, what did you do? I just won, that's all. Hello, welcome home, Mamaro. Can the real geriatric please stand up? No, none of us can. Hello, everyone. Hello, Mamaro. We are in game 3 of this... you got double orbital. That would do it. You just kind of pin everybody in place over there. That would be nice. What else are we doing? Probably extend the line a bit. Will mobility make some ion beaming miss? I don't know. Always hard to tell. The orbital hit the same place twice continuously. Oh, on the Phoenixes. Do I use an anti-missile saber often? No. Famous Amarok ions, yes. That is running through a bit of Ms. Diana. She does advance out of it in a bunch of places. To be fair, I was not expecting launcher overload. That got her out of one of them, but we pinned the other in place to make sure it went down. Acid ow for cat. Nice, yeah, nice choice over there, Blood. That works out. I should not be allowed to use Ion. I mean, honestly, I got it for Cat's side, but then Blood played the perfect acid, and I was like, oh, okay, I can do this one. I can do my side instead. It'll be fine. Is that a salt mode marksman back there? It is. Well, that's fun. The tracers on the saber are more red, while the farseers are more orange. That's interesting. I had not noticed. Does make sense that you'd want to be able to like track them back to the firing unit. I mean, if you were like logically describing the battlefield. Diana is all in on the Stormcallers right now. Rhino gets tower. We are punching into this group, but I think the one last marksman gets back. I'm poisoning the river. Oh, hey, good work from that one wraith. Blood has, in fact, poisoned the river. Oh my goodness. You can see some of the acid washing up downstream. I think that's probably supposed to be moss or stuff, but it definitely looks like the acid is washing up, washing along the stream here. All right. I'm going to get so fined from the EPA. Diana following the plan. Let partner carry. Always a good plan. You guys are having such great rounds. Yes, the plan is Diana's teammate saves her. Well, now there is a Abyss joining the fight with missiles. So Diana committing more to the missiles. We've got more Phoenix now, so that'll help, as well as these wasps. It's a heck of a fight in there. Hard to tell exactly what's going on. Eventually, we've gotten to a tower somewhere. And we've won the Wasp v Wasp. And we've got our ranged Phoenix out there handling the Abyss. For now. But here comes some speedy Stormcallers after a tower. They get there just a moment too late. $5,400 now against a 1815. Do we have enough to finish here? Let's say sure. Nuke the same spot back to back. That's silly. I mean, surely, though, this is like the knockout round, right? Yep. Lone, 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 for sure. There is, in fact, a nuke. We've mobile beaconed around it with some key units. We've gotten in on a tower. Handy. We have brought down a Abyss. Another one. That is 3 Abyss down. We've won our side. All right. That has gone full greed, huh? Looks good. Yeah, nuking her would have been great, right? I mean, we probably would have won the game if we'd just nuked instead of holding it. You're worried about missiles taking down our towers? Raging Jim G? Towers being very exposed here? Boom, 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 boom. Now he gets a tower. Nice work there. But we are still a couple of Phoenix alive. Front row. Some charged shots on those boys. Is it enough? Not yet. Oh, no. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, my gosh. That gives us a triple title. GG's to Blood, to Katsemu, and to Amara. Last 350 came in clutch, especially because it's off screen. I can't even see it, right? So, um, there was no bet on Blood and Amarok, so I'm just going to delete. There is not a. It's just a tie, a triple title there. So, that's how it goes. Either there is one winner or there is three. Because you'd have to go, a full another 3 games to get the set of matchups. At that point, it would be kind of silly. You can watch the replay to see the nuke, but it killed some wasps in a fort. Okay, I mean, like I wasn't sure what was going on that side of the board, so I just put it over there somewhere. The acid landing was way more important. Yep, fair enough. Probably should have just nuked Diana's side. I should have really nuked the previous round, though. The EMP Void Eyes was evil. Yes, nicely done. That's fun. That's really fun. All right. If there exists a greedy play, Cat is probably doing it. It's true. All right. That was our in-house grouping there. Let's see who is left in the piece. Okay, so we've taken Diana. Hold up. We've taken Diana. We have taken Cat. Yeah, yeah. We'll run our ads. Does that do what I wanted it to? All right, that will be our group. Baller, or I'm sorry, Nightcrawler, Daycrawler, Age of Alpha Titan, and Jerry Hattrick. We'll be right back. I don't even have Steam installed on this other desktop. First game in an hour and 15. Uh, I will have to check that. Have to check that. Uh, Daycrawler, would you move up one? I want Titan in the third spot. Would you put yourself in the top of red team, please? Thank you. Please no. I say no. I say no. Right, it is true. The first game for that tourney is in 1 hour and 10 minutes if you're tuning in for the Mechabellum Mini Masters. This will be our last game of these. Channel point predictions are up for those that enjoy the Gamba. Amarok and Same on one side, Day Crawler and Alpha Titan on the other. We have taken a Rhino Specialist. Same took a Supply Specialist. We're at 5,300. We're facing a Marksman and an Elite for 5,600. So, that could be fun. Well, Typhoon Ball was very Amarok-esque, it's true. We ran that Foon Ball for so long. Would be fun to throw that down against somebody today. But for right now, we've been trying to learn Rhino Wasp, and maybe we'll throw it at Daycrawler here. Maybe not. We'll see what he's doing here. Elite Specialist on the other side. How do you not have Steam installed on that desktop? All right, Elite Arc Lights. Hello. You play with Jerry to learn his weaknesses, but all I end up doing is counting fingies. Sounds like a you problem. Oh, really? That Arclight got the job done there. Oomph. Oh yeah, I made myself a burrito earlier. I should eat that. Hmm. Hmm. 3-year-old PC. Now getting the work. Hmm. No bets on this one, huh? Nobody is confident. Jerry and Alpha Titan seem to be playing a standard B standard. A-Color drops the Farseer out there. And it's going to relatively tear up our Wasp board here. Okay. I ate the burrito. Now I have hiccup. Gosh darn it. Hey. Ugh. You can't have hiccups on stream. That just doesn't work. That's fun. Wait. Maybe it's actually sell you and take range. Look at that gap. That is a wide open gap, isn't it? Hello, fluffiest of princesses. Welcome in, first-time chatter. How you doing? 2v2 with a friend? At the moment, we are doing in-house 2v2s. So we're doing sets of 3 that are, so it's viewers, Amarox, Jerry Hattrick, Alpha Titan, and Nightcrawler. Kind of all around the group there. We are in a lot of trouble, yes, at the moment. It is not great. I'm just going to put it out there. Nightcrawler, say hi to Nightcrawler for you. Well, if they know who you are, sure. I mean, they're in chat. You could say hi yourself, I suppose. What is the MMR range in this game? 2v2 MMRs range from 1650 to 2019, I think. And 1v1s ranging, I think I'm the lowest at 18, I think I hit 1801. And Alpha Titan is up in the 2100s. I believe Nightcrawler may be similar. I'm not sure what Nightcrawler's overall is. And welcome in first-time chatter. Hey, Ash. Uh-oh, we have background cornering. We got problems. There is a level 2 fort out there. That's fun. Thanks, skilled gamers, I see. I'm only 1200. Well, stay tuned, Hey Ash and Fluffiest Princess. In about exactly 1 hour, we will be starting the Mechabellum Mini Masters, which is a tournament for players in the 1800 to 2100 MMR range. So you will get to see a whole bunch of stuff. It will be co-cast by Amarok and Age of Alpha Titan. With so we'll be, you know, I'll do a little bit more play-by-play. Alpha Titan will do a little bit more of the analysis. But it should be fun. It should be very fun. And we do also tune in tomorrow for the they have to change the range to unranked to 2400 because Red Scare is 2400. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, if you're going to be asleep, you might want to catch it on VOD. That's all. But there are plenty of folks that fall asleep to my voice, so you'll be in good company there. We've gained some levels out here. That's all well and good. Do we want to throw down ground spec yet? I think we need to, right? We definitely need to. This was a call-in that almost got a tower over there. Round 5. Do we want a loan? Probably not. Maybe we do. Okay, so one of the... there's plenty of people that fall asleep to the stream. That is a time-honored tradition. Apparently I have that voice for people, just nice and relaxing. We are all in on the Wasp flank, it's true. Although it is partly about creating this this opening over here, as you can see. It's true. The falling asleep, yes. Cat, I'm sorry. Toast is one of them. Toast is one of that honorable ensemble. Why not Rhino strike the other tower? Because we're just out of cash right now. We will, and we want to be able to do that in a more powerful way. Okay, he has gone to the anti-missile. That is fair. This is part of why we have the ground game there. The fort is a great answer, and level 2 forts are an even better answer. Of course, anti-air missile doesn't scale with level. But he's got them out there quick enough that the poor wasps aren't going to get the job done, and now I am relying on partner. Wait a minute. And this one wasp. Come on, buddy. You got this. In fact, if you fall far enough behind that this guy doesn't shoot anymore, that would be great. Oh, no. You're in trouble. Ouch. Yeah, it could, Mamaro. I'm not I mean, I think we're gonna just be done here. I think that was enough. Yes, it is. Congrats to opponents. Shut down quickly. So that is the problem with getting out there too early, right? So essentially what happened there is we got the Wasp flank happening too early and didn't... so they came in at level 1. They've only really reached level 2 by this point. You know, we've got a level 1 Rhino over there. And of course the fort is a great answer to both the Rhino and the Wasps. We are a tech short on energy shield. We're a tech short on either power armor to not get to not get slowed by missiles, or whirlwind to chew through the crawlers over there. So this is something that will come better later, but at round 5, it gets shut down hard. And well played by Nightcrawler. What I was trying to say before I got distracted by losing the game, is we do a EU tournament broadcast tomorrow that might be more to your timing, Fluffiest Princess, if you're around for the EU European weekend tournament in about 18, 19 hours from now. We cast that one as well. And again, a lot of the focus on that is to kind of call out some of the positionings, some of the unit counters, some of the tech counters that are being played in order to make the games more educational for players at whatever MMR they're at. So we do have to kind of repeat some of the lessons from different matches. Alpha Titan, I need you to leave the battle scene, sir, so that I can get you into this room. Thank you. There you are. And then Jerry Hattrick, you are going to be opposite Daycrawler. So what we're doing here is the same group faces the same players, except you have one match each as partner of, as direct opponent of, and as caddy corner of each player. So I was Same's partner last round. This round I am Daycrawler's partner and opposite Alpha Titan. And then the last round I'll be Alpha Titan's partner and facing Same. So you wind up with somebody, either we wind up with 3 players who go 2-1, or we wind up with 1 player who has gone 3-0. And of course, we do a whole bunch of Gamba, for those of you who have Gamba allowed. So that is up. You can wager your rocks against each other. Oh, and hey, Ash, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Fluffiest Princess, don't forget to, if you're not already. What are we going to do here? What are we going to do? Now, Alpha Titan and I know each other really, really well. Oh, and Daycrawler says, oh yeah, thank you for the sub, Toaster. I forgot to say thanks in Amarok's chat. And so, there you go. That is a thank you to Toast. Toast, of course, gifted a sub to Nightcrawler, Daycrawler, as this... How do I just join this match? Okay, I think we might have left it private. Somebody's spectating, though, so somebody should be able to predict, to predict, if you just wanted to do predictions in-game. You gave a gift sub to Nightcrawler, so he was saying things. Hmm. Three days ago. I mean, Patroness of the Arts has given many a gift sub in this channel. She is deeply appreciated. Alright, we have flank screening with Fang and Arclight. And we're just kind of deep because it's Stormcaller v Stormcaller right now. Hello, Blue Feral. Speaking of people who have gifted many a gift sub in this channel, Blue Feral, one of those who has gifted a whole ton. Daycrawler says, Toast has gifted me like 5 months combined. Well, deeply appreciated. Is it possible to join tournament games in-game? Yes, it is, Hey Ash. In fact, it's not just possible, it's somewhat encouraged, because you can click the tournament games to get the matches that are happening in tournaments right now. So, gets you back to that. So that'll be weekend tournaments usually that people do that for. I don't think these. I don't think the Mecha Mini Masters tournament matches are going to show up as official tournament games. Don't be lame. Go all in. Hey, I just bet. I just bet for the. I just bet for the viewer who wanted to bet. But we've got some other bets now. You'd better get some sleep. Well, enjoy my voice if you're falling asleep to it, and catch you the next time out. Maybe you will show up for the EU tournament or watch the Mecha Mini Masters on VOD later tomorrow. No spoilers. But thank you for dropping by, Fluffiest Princess. Nice to see you. And on we go. What are we doing now? Mamaro is 69 votes in on Alpha Titan Insane. All right, well. That's a bet for sure. We will take some round 2. Why can't undo selected card? I think that's actually legitimately a technical issue, Daycrawler, where they would have done it if it was technically easy. So, well, we have Phoenix. We have range on our chaff clear. We have something to distract for a moment. Right now, it's very mirrored. Very, very mirrored. 60 of that was on Jerry, 9 on Alpha Titan. This is not very mirrored. They are offset. Same came out aggro. Steel balls on the far right for Alpha Titan. Noticed we didn't have single target DPS. And he is used to me not necessarily solving that problem quickly. Apparently we're also going to get pulled mid with that one arc light on that side. So, you know, these things happen. He's still got no chaff clear. He's playing like me. My poor Phoenix has died. Uh-oh. Bit of a problem. On the other hand, it's down to like a zillion fangs, and they are kind of spread all over the board, which is not great for the for other folks. All right, there are more bets. There are more bets. So hey, Ash, if you want to join this game for you want to join this game for betting, there is plenty of bet on both sides. Aha! Revenge of the Storms. All right, all right. I do love speed. I don't know if speed is right for this board, though. Kind of casually keep floating a little bit. It is Portable Shield Vulcan, so I'm expecting a Vulcan Marksman build over there. Rank 3 Rhino is definitely a menace in the 1200 MMR range. Hey, Captain Jeeves, welcome back. How you doing? Hope things find you well. You notice we left exactly one crawler running forward in case there was a sentry missile there. You've been using the Rhino Wasp. Yes, opponent going AA forts immediately. Just beat me in the last game. So that's one answer for sure. There's a couple of others that are good. We are in fact out of single target again. Titan has taken the Vulcan. Maybe I should take the HE ammo for this, for punching through some things. You guys have not had a great round though. Well, now there's some crawlers on tower. That works. Oh wait, here comes partner. Hold up a minute. Hold the phone. We'll take this Vulcan down. $4,300 apiece. I don't know about this play. I really don't know about this play. This time we're going to grab we're going to let 3 crawlers run forward. Then, again, we're not going to run them into the Vulcan. We're just going to hope to distract things there. It just plays AA Fort like 70% of the time because Wasp and Bird are both highly popular. No bets were made here locally. All the bets are in-game. Opponent has ranged the Vulcan. Impact drill for same. And they've sold out of that middle flank that was pulling my my outside arc light, which is nice. That gets some of our chaff clear back into the main board. Looks like we are going to have some problems with mass-produced forts here. They are giving away too much. Sorry, partner. They have no hit points, so they're just going down like paper to the Vulcans. Now, the Vulcans are feasting, that's true. %30 off in Fridays. Okay, 3,500 to 4,300. Round 5. Always here to help a friend. Love it. Oh, I see. This just actually... They changed the pull there. Well, in that case, let's give some support. Pick attack, run some heat for that group. Or to chaff, huh? Not exactly what I'm hoping for, but he's up to 4 Vulcans. Cost control Vulcans versus mass-produced forts, huh? Well, we shall see. This doing 4,400 a shot is not helping me, but if we can get some shield bubbles up in a minute, it will. He has taken the... Yep, he's taken the levels and the... Phoenix did better at staying back a bit. I've taken down the heavier of the Vulcans this time. But the level 2 is still alive. Oof, that's a lot of hit points. That is GG. No, it isn't. 430. 430 to 4260. Yeesh. Alright then. None of you help. Yes, we don't have the right mass prod attacks, right? That is part of the problem here. So, uh-oh. I don't know why I took sledge range last turn. It doesn't do anything here. Rip me, says Staycrawler. He's a bit of a problem, yeah. Well, we had some shields up for a while. Has that kept some things alive? Looks like maybe so. Not long enough, though. Our, Yep, we are just not getting it done here. Didn't have the single target punch. Never did take a charged shot on the Phoenix, which was probably the play, but we were losing the chaff war, so I had to take the barrier. Down we go. I know, mass prod without punch. Maybe I should have just stayed in normal fort. Giving up the 35% health was really painful. We do not go down? Is there no upshoot? There's no upshoot left? And we got an anti-missile device. Let's go! Let's go, partner. Mobilized battleship is up. That could be a big problem on somebody's back line. I'm going to have to throw this down for partner. I think we're going to need something like this for the the various possible boat drops. If partner's covering the boat, that helps, because that means I can cover a boat. Out that way. Not much you can do other than selling the Vulcan, right? To protect all of that from going up in flames. He did have to sell it. Good. Good, causing him problems. That's a deploy down. And there was no call-in boat. No call-in boat play. We've also sent a charged shot Phoenix on over to the far side of the map. The steel ball's arriving a little bit late. The AA is in trouble for us. We just are losing on chaff clear. The what is still alive? Apparently I had one storm holding out. All right. You EMP a best bud marksman. Best bud Vulcan. Does its respective marksman just keel over and die? That would be amazing. Tink! Poop, poop. I like the marksman die. The marksman disappears, and then the summoned fangs disappear. But as soon as the EMP wears off, they show up again right where they had been. Oh my goodness. Well, that was a learning experience, even against cost control. The mass-produced forts don't get it done. I might have needed more of them. Might have needed to commit to something other than Phoenix. I feel like we were definitely losing on the chaff war. I probably just need more chaff deploys. Yeah, like a fort's barrier. Exactly. It goes away, it comes back. All right, that is 2 wins for Alpha Titan. So if we can win the final here, that will do. We should also have Alpha Titan in the booth for our casting, which starts in 1/2 of an hour. So Nightcrawler's doing hate watching. Oh wait, we don't want to match. We didn't want to matchmake. We just want to invite Alpha Titan. Same was my first opponent, so same because my first partner becomes my last opponent. And Daycrawler will be opposite Titan, trying to deny you the title. Do you want compact or normal?
Let's do compact. We haven't done it yet. I think it'd be fun to get some variety.
All right. We will close out with a compact. You're not wrong, hey Ash. Winning the chaff war versus 4 Vulcans was a little bit tough. All right. Got to get this one for my partner.
I would love to go undefeated in Fun Fridays.
You are already 3-0, technically.
I am.
But yeah, you got to finish it.
Not a huge fan of these packs. I don't hate them.
What are you thinking?
I'm going to go Badger 2600,
Okay.
Crawl Sledge.
All right. I might do some amplified tarantula goofiness.
Okay. That checks.
Perfect. Right into that board, huh?
Oh my gosh, that's the dream matchup for you.
Yep. Yeah. Probably. He's got to take some single target, right?
Yes, he'll be taking marksman probably, and yeah, you adding crawlers makes 100% sense there.
Yep.
Oh, I want to defend here. Badgers will be my chaff clear.
I'm going to donate a marksman to the center.
Okay.
Hey, it was 7 arc lights. It was 7 arc lights, Toast. And they were level 2, but yeah, it was not winnable. The, you know, if we'd had a better drip chaff, but I was out so many deploys at that point. So,
Yeah. Talking about the last match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I needed way better drip chaff, and starting with the fangs from deep didn't help, because they were getting there too late and just burning.
Having more late fangs would have been particularly important against that board.
Yeah.
And the arc lights were a little bit forward for trying to face off into a Vulcan board.
Right.
It's like your middle marksman is going to go tower hunting.
All right. Let's go, partner.
You could get my tower before I lose all of my... Oh no, my sledges died first. That's so sad.
Same tried a training spec void eye as his answer.
I think it's a legit possibility. By the way, a blue spider, or sorry, a blue void eye with the absorb solos a tarantula with no losses.
Mm-hmm. Yikes.
However, you having the amp core tarantula may change that, and obviously if you have chaff protecting or doing damage, then that further tips the scales. Double intensive for the opponent's potentially improved Phoenix, though.
I'm already in marksman, so... Oh, you are too.
Well, yeah, and
oof.
I might take the improved Phoenix card just because it's strong and pivot out of the marksman.
Okay, and then I'll stay in the marksman. Okay, cool. Took the intensive.
It'll also block them as a drop if one of us takes it.
Right. Yeah, that's actually really handy.
Nice. So neither of them took it.
Great. So that gives us the improved Phoenix edge, if needed. And I think there's a great build in Fire Badger Imp Phoenix for you.
Yes. Fortunately, you will get hit from behind.
Yeah, it's that is going to make the Tarantula matchup painful. I have lost in all the ways.
By the way, your opponent is not running the free absorb absorb tech on his spiders,
Ooh.
on his
void eyes.
Void eyes.
Yep,
yes.
That's fun. Crawler was swearing like a sailor over there. Bear like demands a sacrifice. Hmm.
Oh, that's my favorite card. I clicked the favorite card.
All right. might be time to abandon the spooters. We'll see if Same took the elite hacker. I didn't want to. I'm not playing around it unless he takes it. I don't think Daycrawler does because he's in. Yeah, he took the smoke. They both took the smoke. So, and I've got a Rhino on the line. That is Jerry Hattrick's favorite unit. He's got it on the line right in front of the tarantula.
Where did he get the blue? Is he elite spec? No, he intensive. That's how.
Yeah, he's got his training spec. He blew it up.
That's a funny way to put that.
Thank you. Blue Rhino didn't even win its side over there.
Oh my gosh, the smoke prevented the lock from my hacker, and it's going to defeat experience this round. That is extraordinarily tragic.
Who knows? You took, yeah, you took the elite hacker. Yes, you did.
That smoke is going to be incredibly problematic. How's your side going? Will you win? Although you kind of run through it a little bit.
Yeah, I'm taking damage from the flames, but the fire made the round for a turn. Yes, smoking kills, kids. Don't get stuck in smoke.
Your amp core tarantulas should do reasonably well. Now the level 2.
Yeah, the level 2's your
Already
problem. Yeah, that the Rhino softened that whole group up a bit.
Sure.
So.
Every one of his spiders leveled. Oh my gosh. All those storms. Or is it rays? I think it's the rays.
All right, I have
He's
taken.
Gonna go boats.
I have taken a boat. Took a loan this round, but it's not intended to be loan out. Just,
Okay.
Needed it for my deploys and everything I wanted to do. Do not sell the boat. Always sell the boat if I need to fund next turn.
Well, and spider boat is certainly no pushover either.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm. Now have a level 3 Foon and level 3 Rhino in my face.
I also went Void Rays, but I don't have one for mid.
Okay.
Once the smoke is gone, I will be in a very good place.
Right.
Oh, my middle tower. Pain.
Sorry. We're fighting out of the smoke ourselves over here, so.
Right. Great, and that one leveled. I'll be selling out of that then.
3,6,200. Nightcrawler is in his favorite comp. Let's see.
He took advanced missile and blew up one of my hackers with the splash. Oh my goodness.
Level 4 Absorb Rhino is bullying me over here. I'm gonna have to melt
This
it,
may
I'm
just be
afraid.
game. No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that smoke tempo was just brutal for us.
I don't get...
Alright, folks, there's 18 minutes till the Mecha Mini Masters. So we are going to give... so Alpha Titan is one of the...
tournament organizers.
One of the tournament organizers. So he's just going to be taking whatever time he needs to do that. Yes, that Rhino was brutal. I probably should have been in Launcher Overload instead of Splash and just rely on the Tarantulas to do the splash damage. But so that's a slight mistake out there. Maybe I even just needed to sell it and double tap these guys and buy some more of them, you know, or even just transition to a melter on that side. But whatever it was, it did not work for me. Whatever I was doing over there. That's all right. We know my MMR drops during summer because of the heat. So this one is GG's to Age of Alpha Titan, to Daycrawler, and to Jerry Hattrick. They have each gone 2-1 and won the title there. So shared title, guys. I'm gonna actually. Do you want to just mute yourself until you're done and ready to cast?
At the very least, I will mute for the moment and let you do your thing, and I will let you know.
Yeah, I'm just picking up background, all the background noise. Hello, Viking Raider. Welcome in. We are about 15 minutes out from the Mecha Mini Masters. We will probably, at that point, let's just clean out this whole group. Hold on. Actually, we can probably... I don't think anybody is coming back to look at the replays from the day. Just theoretically should rise since you're up against the school kids during summer vacation, right? But it does not. So, very sad. I think we're gonna delete... The heck just happened? Okay, we delete that one, that one, that one. The into recycle bin. Okay, so we should have enough recording space, right? Yeah, not exactly. Need to knock off one more something somewhere. That's got to be like a Friday. Let's just delete that one. Okay. That makes enough room for recording for the evening. Perfect. I don't know many kids, but I'm not sure if they play Mechabellum. I mean, we've got one. We know we have one. But it's not my kid. All right. I think we're just going to jump out on a 1v1 on ladder at the moment. We'll spectate... looks like we'll probably spectate Sacco and opponent for a moment or three. And we'll come back to casting when we're ready to cast. So this is just for your entertainment. I'm not planning on streaming or casting it particularly. Get the cameras set up for you guys. But I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah, no, this is not Kiddo's style. Kiddo tried to get me into Dandy's world, which is also not my style. Sacco on the near side, your 2v2 Asia Advanced Group 1 champion from last week. is a supply specialist. On the far side, Typhoon specialist with a ball hound start. So sit back, enjoy the game. I will be back in time to casting for the Mecha Mini Masters starting in about 14 minutes. All right, 14 minutes out. Hello, Parker. Welcome in, man. I'm taking a quick break to eat some dinner before the start of the Mecha Mini Masters, which is on in about 7 minutes. Alpha Titan is with me in the booth, but is working on setting tournament matches up at the moment, I believe.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I shot you a quick question in the Discord side of things.
Okay. Oh, I see. We can do that if you want.
I'm fine either way.
I mean, sure. Let's move over there in case there's, anything like interviews
Perfect.
or whatever getting set up. Perfect. We can move there. All right. We have repositioned ourselves into a different broadcast booth. You're eating hamburger and fries. Got it. Enjoy your food. About to heat up some pizza to watch the tourney. Exactly. Now you guys get me.
Did that wrong. All right. So we have everybody in the room.
All right. Are we starting early, or should we wait until the final 5 minutes here?
Both players asked for 2 minutes.
Okay.
So
I'm running ads.
Yep. Perfect. You let me know, and then I'll kick us off.
Also have to eat my crunchy stuff first.
Yes, yes. Hey, Uncle Lazy, Blood Ninja, Parker, all you people, great to see you. You are in the right place for some great games and some great casting and just a good time. I foresee Mecha Mini Masters becoming a absolute banger of a staple for the community. All right, so the players are ready. So we are ready when the ad roll completes.
Can you get the bracket linked for me in casting docs?
Yes. Looking. Here it is. And you need it to be where?
Welcome to the Mechabellum Mini Masters. We've got 16 folks ready to go. We are going to be in a single elimination best of 3 format. With me in the booth is Age of Alpha Titan. Let me show you guys the bracket real quick. That should be. One moment. It has decided not to find Chrome right now. Let's try again.
That's a good shout, Blood.
Yeah, restarting restarting things are is probably also a good shout. Right. Why is Chrome not discovering Chrome? All right, OBS can't find the bracket for me. One moment here. That looks a little bit better-ish. That is also, oh goodness, that is really not what I want. No, just that one. Is this other thing over here?
Are we ready on your end, sir?
No, we are not. Please
Okay.
hold. I will tell you when I am
Copy.
ready. Well, apparently I cannot show you guys the piece. We are on time to start, so let's go ahead and start the match here. We will have a 90-second delay. So we'll go ahead and start.
Message has been sent.
All right, so this is round 1. Single elimination from here, double elimination later on in the tournament. Ragin versus, let's see, we have Ragin versus Ignatius Pennyfeather.
Should be a really good match.
Ragin is the number.
Both these players.
Ragin is the number 5 seed. Ignatius Pennyfeather is the number 12 seed.
Both of them have been grinding and practicing, and as you saw, they are both in the mid 2100, 2200 MMR bracket and are just absolutely playing on all cylinders recently.
All right, there is our bracket. Take a quick look there. Number 1 seed is Red Scare of 94, who will be facing Mr. Bitter. That will be on this channel a little bit later. We've also got number 5 Ragin against number 12 Ignatius Pennyfeather. We will also be casting number 3 Roxas against a number 14 Die. We've also got 09 against Fort Build, Codifly against Dead Eagle, Odyssey against Odds, Coldfire against Dachshund, and SW9876 against Blood. So those are the things coming on. Titan, do you have links or shoutouts for the other two channels in case somebody's got a matchup they want to be looking for out of this group? You know, if they have a favorite they wanted to follow.
You mean a shout out for the casters?
Shout out to the caster channel, yeah.
I'm uncertain.
All right. Well, we've got 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2. Ladies and gentlemen, start your mechs. Of course, they started 90 seconds ago. We're on delay. Ragin is going to be near side blue, Ignatius Pennyfeather far side red, single elimination, best of 3. So this is the first match out.
All right, Ignatius Pennyfeather taking the fortified Saber spec, and honestly, Saber has been a lot stronger recently. If I know Rage, he's gonna take sledgehammers every chance he gets them.
Yeah.
All right. So Ragin loves to play and pivot into Abyss. He loves to play into a lot of different airlines recently, but Sledgehammer is the backbone of a lot of Ragin's plays these days, as it is for a lot of players.
Sledge, a very strong start, of course. Ignatius Pennyfeather is going to come out on his right, Ragin Jim G on his right. So, looks like we are getting the crossfire, as it has come to be known, kind of the starting out opposite strong sides. Welcome in, Mr. Dingoose, first time chatter.
Curious to see what Ragin adds here. Pennyfeather has very much established his side of the board, and Ragin doesn't have anything terribly fast, but if these tower timings are roughly equal, then I think that the Sabres have a very good chance of bullying the Sledgehammer start.
Ragin adding the arc lights for Chaff Flare.
So I will say, just as a, in all fairness, disclaimer of sorts, that Ragin and I absolutely enjoy playing together, and so my heart is rooting for Ragin, but of course, as a caster, I will absolutely do my best to convey the highlights and the decision-making of both players.
Well, okay, fair is fair, because Ignatius Pennyfeather and I have been 2v2 partners, and he's one of my mods. So, you can be biased one direction, I'll be biased the other.
The biggest thing that I know we're both rooting for, though, is a third game.
Yes, indeed.
To make sure that this goes the distance and everybody gets to show their chops.
Exactly.
All the chaff is gone.
And as you suggested, the Sabres are going to bully. SW9876, one of the other players involved tonight, is asking what MMR is each player. We saw them at about 20, just over 2100 at the start of game screen.
About the 2150-ish range, or very close abouts to each, plus or minus.
Pennyfeather will
haste module, heavy armor.
Yeah, heavy armor and haste are just great, but he skips both of those.
It must be because he wants. It's got to be to unlock a 200 and then take 2 of them. That's the only reason I can see.
Or taking another. Yeah, he took 2 of them. Yeah.
Now, I will say Sabres and Birds is a little bit rough because they're both single target. So it's a little roll redundant. Granted, Sabres don't shoot up. They are a tank. Phoenix aren't.
Heavy armor, the take for Ragin. That'll go on the outside sledge, the gold damage dealer last round. He also unlocks and takes a Phoenix. And this is very common at high level right now, is the round 2 Phoenix. course, if you're paying attention, Phoenix just got a nerf today, dropped the attack interval from 3.2 seconds to 3.4 seconds. That's not a huge nerf, but it is a little bit of one.
It's about 6%, which when you put it that way is bigger than a 0.2 second to change sounds on
Right.
paper.
Right.
That's a very classic flank pull, and it's absolutely going to protect tower long enough for, hopefully, Rage to be able to get in on this tower before the Phoenix is sniped, but I don't know if it will. Looks like not. And obviously with no upshoot remaining, the Phoenixes, combined with the Sabres, are going to be very strong on the cleanup.
Of course, the other matches ongoing at this time are on Clint Leetwood's channel and Bellicose Drake channel. You've got the links right there. So if this isn't the matchup
Perfect.
you're looking for, these aren't the players you wanted to watch, go ahead and check out the other channels that are casting the other matches. We get 3. I believe Clint Leetwood's got 3 and Bellicose Drake has 2 of the 8 matchups tonight. And then this goes from single elimination, right? This is to qualify for the final 8.
Correct.
Final 8 is going to be double elimination. And I should point out that sitting with me in the booth is not just, you know, my usual booth partner, Alpha Titan, but is the defending Mecha Mini Masters champion. So congratulations on that, and welcome to the broadcast side of things.
Yes. Having won, this is the next best place to be other than being in the hot seat. And it was an amazing experience, a ton of fun. And honestly, the best of threes are like peak content because you get to see adaptation, you get to see changes from match to match, and occasionally tech tweaks. You get to not get messed up by just one bad pack. So just phenomenal. And honestly, when you get to tournaments, and especially when you have a best of, mentality can be huge. So it'll be really interesting to see if anybody feels like they're not playing like themselves, or if the nerves get to them, or if they can shake off a round one and come back swinging.
Right, it definitely felt like that with Roxas a little bit last time out, where it felt like he got pushed out of his intended style and into something that he's less good at. I know I used to have that problem when I queued into somebody that's, I think of as substantially better than me, either in tourney or on ladder, where I would suddenly try to play them standard. Ooh. Those tower timings are beautiful. Suddenly try to play them standard, and instead of playing my game, kind of trying to dictate the tempo a little bit, I'd wind up losing because I was, trying to do something that they'd seen a million times.
Right. Oh, close win, but another round for Ignatius Pennyfeather. The Phoenix are getting to tower, and just the Sabres are leveraging that level in particular for just a ton of health.
Right.
If you need to kill something, field balls can do the job, but I don't know if that's the direction Rage wants to go here, but I see it as a possible line. Fire Badger.
Fire Badger. Looking to drop them very deep, it looks like. We're just going to abandon this tower and level it? No, we're going to have the Fire Badgers deep to take out the crawlers.
I will say, without any chaff, going into a Phoenix that will inevitably have a level, those blue Fire Badgers are going to be made short work of. So I definitely want, and he does actually take steel balls. I thought he wanted them.
Yeah,
but he wants the Fire Badger for the unlocks.
Right, he's got the Fire Badger unlock and the regular size steel ball. Both of them took the Fire Badgers. Ignatius Pennyfeather has ranged them. And again, we know that both Phoenix and Saber really rely on having a chaff clear partner. And nobody had teched one yet. Neither side had teched the arc lights. Rage and Jim G's got 200 supplies left, which kind of needs to be... Yeah, it's not going to be able to put range on either of these, so he's going to be outranged in the chaff war, outnumbered in the chaff war, in the chaff clear. and out-leveled and outnumbered by the Phoenix. So he's got some problems.
And this Fang pack is honestly very beautiful from Ignatius Pennyfeather because there's not a clean way to clear it, and they are going to tank this DPS that's center lined up while the chaff clear gets all of the chaff. And
Right.
I'm not even sure these Phoenix shoot the tower.
Nope, they
Yeah.
have been deleted before they even got there. Those were also the what do you call it?
Debuff
Anti-interference
immune ones.
The anti-interference module ones, right, which are immune to debuff from the tower. So he was kind of counting on those being a key element. Instead, he's lost another round. We go to round 5. Rage and Jim G will be on 1300, and Ignatius Pennyfeather untouched at 4600. Orbital Javelin, Advanced
Okay.
Power System. Those are the two
Vulcan
that speak
drop.
to me.
Vulcan drop is really strong here, potentially just able to tie up the backside of Ignatius Pennyfeather's board on the side he's pushing from. Could also take the unleveled tower.
Right, we've taken Assault Scorpion instead, while Ignatius Pennyfeather is spending a long time thinking about it. Scorpion, of course, unlocked. If you're taking that card, you definitely want to unlock it. And if we're giving away 30 meters of range, you pretty much have to range them again. So they're up from their default 100-meter range. They're only up to 110 with range unlocked. But the key element of Assault Scorpion, of course, is that it reduces the attack interval, normally 4.5 seconds, down to 3 seconds. Ignatius Pennyfeather did take the Vulcan drop. He has that in the back line. There's nothing.
I think it will aggro this Phoenix, but I also think the Vulcan will clear the chaff and potentially, depending on the locks, get that right side tower as well. So it depends on the unit aggro if it goes to that Fire Badger or not, but I worry that that could in fact take the tower, and if it does, I think it's game.
Mm-hmm.
That said, there's a lot of stuff that Scorpion is good into on Pennyfeather's board, but he's also got a decent showing of Phoenix. There is upshoot. Yep.
Yeah, the Phoenix do not lock. Vulcan will get to do its job. Agent did play around it a little bit with a missile. I think this is from a previous round, actually.
Yes, it is.
The Vulcan is going to have the lock before the missile lands. That is very unfortunate. The only thing that's not debuffed is this one pack of Phoenix. They get to keep working out there.
Everything on the right did die, which is huge, which means this debuff isn't getting a lot of damage. They're all shooting fangs during it, so much less painful than it could have been. And honestly, these Phoenix coming up on the backside, getting some decent cleanup and not debuffed yet, will not be game.
Yeah, we'll buy another round for Ignatius Pennyfeather. Or for Ragin, even. Ignatius Pennyfeather not quite closing out there. 742 hit points left for Ragin as we go to round 6. Still no unit reinforcement.
Tonk module is very interesting. If you want to get out of these sabers and commit to something else, if you're Ignatius Pennyfeather, I think that is an incredibly strong play.
Or you could just drop a acid straight in front of the main army, unlock sticky oil, and trap people in it, I would imagine. Now, what I was going to point out, right, is that Ragin can try to shield this as best as he can, but the center line is in the neutral zone, and there is no way to extend a shield out to the neutral zone unless you have that shield to drop. So we've got oil and acid over here that is just going to decimate what anything that's not flying for Ragin. Ragin adding a Scorpion out this direction, has acid in front of the two sabers. So at least they're going to get kind of stuck. Ignatius Pennyfeather has ranged the sabers, hasn't ranged the Phoenix, so there is a slight bit where the Phoenix will get out in front and might get targeted by Ragin's Phoenix for a moment.
Ragin, I feel, really needs a ranged chaff clear option to push this center column of fangs. Whether it's Fire Badgers or whether it's the Arc Lights, I think he needs to pick one. And I would honestly like to see him sell this center arc and put a ranged Fire Badger there. If I was choosing, this round might not be the round, given that you could, in theory, see the oil acid coming down. But even the opponent's fire badgers will ignite that, so
Right.
it's going to be rough.
Yeah, it is round 6, and we have no range on either of the chaff clear options for Ragin. And that's just painful to see.
It does look like a good round, though, and his shields barely hold, which is amazing for a next round.
Yeah. Real value
There
on the
is
shields.
one.
If there is a next round, it's going to be on
Think
3
it is?
Phoenix.
Nice. In the acid, that goes down so quickly, which is super valuable.
2,
But
4,
it's not
5,
enough.
5, 600 damage or so. Leaves Ragin at 56 hit points in a dream. Okay, remember,
Calculated.
this is not knockout yet. This is the first game of a best of 3. Wraith, Rhino, a Raiden Hound, the drops. Would any of these turn it around for Ragin?
I kind of like Hound. It's just bodies, and honestly, most of what Penny Feather has is single target, aside from Badgers, and level 3 Hounds are going to do decently into Badgers.
Ragin takes the 3 Wraiths instead of the Hounds.
Okay.
There's plenty of stuff that doesn't shoot up, but there's so much strength in the Phoenix.
Yeah. I think that the Phoenix are just going to eat those. I think that is not the line you need. I think
Well,
I think we really need to see more Scorpion on the ground. I think that's a great play at the moment. I think we need to see Fangs as chaff, try to be a little bit less of the pushing player, and really receive this pressure more structured on the left.
He's taken a Wasp, has a decent mobile beacon to avoid the acid. Same for Penny Feather. He's sold one of the sabers, mobile beaconing the other one.
I'm not actually sure I like that beacon. I think that you're fast enough with the Assault Scorp that the speed at which you're in the acid versus the connection you're getting on these Badgers was really valuable. You fought through the acid and won this side last round.
Right.
I think that what he's doing is he's just delaying his own tower take, and he hasn't sufficiently reinforced the opposite side. I think it's going to catch him in a no man's land. I do like the chaff he's added on the left side, though. The Fangs on that side are going to put in a ton of work.
Looks like the Raiden was a very good call for Ignatius Pennyfeather. He's won the right side. There's not much left for Ragin. And it looks like game 1 is likely to go. Will go to Ignatius Pennyfeather. Congratulations, sir. Of course, this is best of 3. And an update from
Very
one
clean.
of the other games. Codafly has taken a round 1 win as well. There you can see the MMRs, folks. 2120 from Ragin, 2170 for Ignatius Pennyfeather. And yes, he was the 121-1 underdog, but Tomsey takes the bet there. We'll put up the next one. We'll put up the next one in a moment, but first, well, actually, we appear to be between ad break at the moment, so I cannot click the button. We'll put up game 2 in just a moment. Do they switch sides, or is Ragin still on blue?
There's no rules either way for that.
Okay. I'm perfectly happy to just continue with the same.
Okay.
They have switched. Oops, hold on. I need an invite again. Sorry about that.
That's all good.
I was just trying to move to spectator and then was already in spectator.
Gotcha. And you're ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
The players are readied up, so we are rearing in for round 2. Get your popcorn.
Well, thank you for being here to our moderator, Zalex. He is done for the night. We do have a
Yes.
large moderation team tonight with Cat, Ignatius Pennyfeather, Age of Alpha Titan, Jerry Hattrick, and Whooped GG, all about out and about for this one. Channel point predictions are up for game 2. And again, just kind of go ahead.
I think that Ragin will absolutely come back to answer this. I don't see Ragin getting knocked out 2-0 here. So I'm going to put my rocks where my mouth is.
All right. Oh. Here is the bracket. This is the a single elimination qualifiers. We've got we know Cody beat Dead Eagle in their first match. Here we've got Ragin, Ignatius Pennyfeather. The 12 seed beat Ragin in their first match. And we're going to match number 2. Onyx wants to know when Roxas plays. I don't actually see the start times on these matches, but I believe Roxas is the third game in our series tonight. The third set of games.
Gotcha. Then that will be in about an hour and a half.
Well, welcome to game 2 of our single elimination play-ins. Ignatius Pennyfeather is up 1-0. Ragin Jim G 1 loss away from being knocked out of this tournament. Ignatius Pennyfeather.
I can see Ragin taking the speed spider here.
And he takes the Sabertooth Specialist, Steel Ball and Crawler. Ragin has a speed with Tarantula and Fang.
Wow. Goes for the sabers with the Fire Badger Specialist. So I will say, if I'm ever Spider or Saber, I'm not happy to see Steel Balls on the other side. And in particular, being Saber means I don't have Chaff Clear either. So while it does matter a little bit who shoots who first, I would give the edge to the Steel Ball in this matchup.
At least he has the Hounds, so he has some Chaff Clear. Ignatius Pennyfeather adding Hounds of his own.
So this formation from Ignatius Pennyfeather, I think, is a bait Scorpions go Abyss. I've seen him do this in a tournament match on the weekend. So I believe this is very much a plan to pivot direction.
I could absolutely see it. There's that 7 gap right there, plus big 7 gaps here and here. If you even if he builds the center column,
right. And I also think he adds Wasp to try and bait Mustangs, if I'm right.
Yes.
We will see how round 1 plays out. Ooh, that's an early lock, and it does it get all the way? It does. It's a sad saber. Not a huge round win, but certainly damage on the bar.
Well,
Things raging down to 38.98.
Not just damage on the bar, right? There's a little bit of psychic damage as well. If you've gotten tempoed out of the first game, and you feel the tempo slipping in the second game, it can matter a lot.
I love the redeploys from both. Wow, and that was not a long decision to make.
Yeah, it's such a high skill ceiling ability, really.
Yes.
In other news from across the games, Park 09 has beaten Fort Build in their first match. So Cody, Park, and Ignatius Pennyfeather, 3 players who are up 1-0.
Nice. Whenever you see a round 1 redeploy, you have to anticipate there's going to be some type of tower play. And with the units in this meta, Bird or Storm makes the most sense in a head, but I think you kind of have to play a Fang on your off tower or fortify it. Because the risk of getting cheesed is too high with redeploy on the take.
Right, and Ragin does not play around that, does not do what you're saying to cover that. Doesn't take the instant Phoenix either. Ignatius Pennyfeather does take the Phoenix, takes the tower, and he'll be able to redeploy out of that position. He's basically got free jump drive for the Phoenix.
Right.
Now, he does run jump drive anyways. But you can see what a huge difference the chaff... I mean, this fight felt like it was going Ragin's direction until the tower take and the 9 seconds of debuff. Just so painful. Drops Ragin to 3118, Ignatius Pennyfeather at 4500.
Ooh, improved Overlord is one of those take it or answer it cards. That's really spooky.
Ignatius Pennyfeather does not. He skips it, takes the Rhino Assault, puts it in the... You can see down in this bottom right corner over here, where he's got a clear run at tower. Ragin Jim G, Improved Overlord is a slow tempo card, so I can't see him taking it.
Yes, it is. I know he likes... Okay, he does go with the Rhino for tempo.
Right. And drops that back here with the crawlers. He doesn't know about those crawlers. They didn't exist last turn. And his answer to the Phoenix on the line is a pack of wasps and a crawler to distract.
Nice.
As it turns out, that will play decent defense against the Rhino. He's also leveled the tower there.
Yes.
For Ignatius Pennyfeather, as predicted, he redeployed the Phoenix back off the line, so it's out here in more of a standard positioning. And Ragin... Go ahead.
Wasps are a super threat whenever you have redeploy on the line, because if one of them is able to just level and farm at a certain spot, get a level, move it somewhere else, get a level, it's so much harder to defend a wasp than almost anything else. It's like a Rhino in that regard.
Right.
So I like this early wasp. It's also good at covering any of the possible cheeses, including the Phoenix, if it's not moved and respected.
Well, there's a fun ad from Ragin. He drops the Hound that he redeployed. He used to redeploy to put the Hound out on the flank, so his Rhino will come help. The Wasps have played defense. The Rhino will go play offense. It's not in time to save the main force.
No.
That's a level 2 tower, remember? So it took a while to get through. There's not much left in the main battlefield.
Unless these wasps get a great tower timing and she is the Phoenix, I think this round is going to be rough. Nah.
They did get a great tower timing, but not good enough. And Ragin already down 1-0, now in a ton of trouble at 2,500 hit points. Ignatius Pennyfeather playing this cool and clean at 4,500.
Interesting options here. Yeah, the Scorpion makes sense into the steel balls. And honestly, whenever you have a level 3 Scorpion giving you a 60,000 HP unit on the board, it's incredibly hard to say no.
Right. But Ignatius Pennyfeather does exactly that. He takes it and sells it. Good for the cash. He's also gone Shin Gun on the Sabers, so secondary armament Sabers. That was part of what won this front so heavily. He's cleaning up chaff with them. Again,
there is a lack of upshoot for Ragin, and that is a risk, and this Wraith is here to punish that. There was also Mustangs offered, and this Wraith could absolutely be here to kind of lock those down on the off chance. Also, just great into a headbutt in general.
Right. Nice little mobile beacon. That will get in not quite as close as it might look. Those steel walls will get to about here and then turn. So there is a chance that they lock but don't actually kill that tower.
The rightmost ball will, because the beacon includes the tower in the draw.
Tower, it'll stop, yeah.
So it will stop because it's inside the line.
All of them will, right?
Right.
Yeah, actually, that's really nice.
Yes. And I think the crawlers will proc this missile.
Yeah, they should.
Don't know. Okay, it's out of range, but the ball's good. The balls will get in. That said, this Wraith is going to be a problem, and I would be really shocked to see these Wasps be able to kill the Wraith. There's a few crawlers munching on this tower.
The tower is going to go down. Oi. And that tower being down let Ignatius Pennyfeather clean up the steel balls that would have taken this tower. And as you said, the Wraith feasts 55,000 damage, 76 kills, and a level. Rage and Jim DG down to 2,030. It's still looking grim.
And a haste module for that Wraith just to get the extra 40% damage is honestly really valuable.
And he takes subsidized steel ball. Interesting. I would absolutely have taken the haste module and put it on the Wraith. Personally.
I will say, sub ball with mech div is probably one of the most powerful plays in the game right now. And without specifically hacker to answer it is very strong. And knowing that you have a level 2 Wraith, you are likely to get birds added, which has negative synergy with hacker. So I would not be surprised if this sub ball is a punish the likely Phoenix answer to the Wraith kind of layer of strategy.
And as you pointed out, I mean, Penny's able to look at this board and see that what Ragin needs is single target anti-air. Ragin's best ad for single target anti-air is the Phoenix. He buys 2 and ranges them.
So this Wraith on the outside is going to be dangerous. I do think the haste module Wasps have a good shot against the Wraith, potentially, as long as the Wraith is tied up. But I worry these crawlers are just going to tank the Wraith, the Wasp.
The Wasps now have a haste module on them, but they didn't get their level. He could afford to, but instead takes the 1-1. This missile, I think,
will answer the
hits
chaff.
the steel balls. Very nice. Slows them down.
And that Wraith just eats these Wasps since it has
Right.
its range. Hounds do get it, but it'll take an age and a half for Hounds to kill a level 2 tower. We're out of chaff clear on Ragin's side. This is going to be another 1,000 damage or more.
Yeah, and the Phoenix, this is where the Phoenix reduction in rate of fire really starts hurting. Because now you're wasting even more time shooting crawlers. Don't let your Phoenix be your chaff clear, guys. That's the lesson for the 200 MMR player.
Right.
Raging down to 826. Ignatius Pennyfeather so close to closing this out in 2 games.
Hate to say it, but it's another no-range chaff battle.
And again, Ignatius Pennyfeather has range in terms of having put range on the Wraiths for his chaff clear. And he takes it's not a photon emission, it's a nuke. Takes the nuke to drop it over here. That is going to be brutal. And the orbital jav to take out a pack of, or a Wraith, essentially.
Yeah, this looks over. I hate to say it. And I even like the long-term prospects of Ignatius Pennyfeather's board better here as well. There is range on the Badgers. That's good to have, but now we just don't have enough removal for these steel balls. The nuke being unshielded is huge.
Right. We've got the nuke in play. We haven't shielded it. We haven't temp ranged. Penny is, of course, in the econ, takes the range, takes lone range speed. You do get a single shield up.
Ragin, you can't not lone on round 6 with 800 health. It's way too greedy.
Both players dropped their oil in the same spot, no less. That's amazing.
Yeah. This nuke is just gonna be so painful. And everything moves out of the shield.
Yeah, literally everything walked out of the shield. The shield goes down. The board goes down. Now, is there 800 left for Ignatius Pennyfeather?
No, there's not.
There
And
is
there are
not.
Phoenix.
And the Phoenix
Okay.
will clean up the raid? The Phoenix, I think they have a range advantage, right? They have the range advantage over this guy's a level 2, but he's unranged. These guys are ranged, and they have a tower debuff. So,
Right.
Ragin, with the greedy didn't loan, does
And got
survive
nuked.
with some smoke-damaged, camouflaged Phoenix over there.
I will say this Wraith was jabbed and has been by far and away the MVP of the game so far.
Right. So, we've got a pair of level 3 rhinos for Ignatius Pennyfeather.
I want to see the boat or the Void Eye here. I think Into the Steel Balls, Rhino, and Worm are just bad. I think boat is always a solid choice into Wraith, but the Void Eyes at level 4 and 3 of them is a really good answer potentially to the Steel Balls. But there's the Mech Div, and that's going to be a huge scaling threat.
Yeah, he does take the Overlord, but the key bit on this board right now, those are Boom Rhinos for Ignatius Pennyfeather, including his drop Rhino, right? Which he hasn't yet put on the board.
Yep.
So that could be very painful, and as you said, added the... Oh, goodness, and also goes for some Wasps. So those should be, in his mind, those are tying up the Phoenix indefinitely, while the Chaff production from the dead Steel Balls does similar.
Yeah. I just fear that by the time the Steel Balls die, the Chaff Clear will be dead. And without the jab to take the Wraith and the Boom Rhinos to clear the ground, it's going to be really rough.
Right. Those are charged shot Phoenix now. Of course, that is reducing their range, but, you know, at this point, getting the extra damage against both the Rhinos and the Steel Balls is going to matter a lot. Missile slows down that Boom Rhino, but it booms. So does the second.
Yeah.
And even on the flank, the Rhino v Rhino blows up both Rhinos and the Steel Balls that were out there. There is one Fire Badger doing its best to clean up the produced crawlers. It's not going to be enough. And that leaves Wasps, Wraith, and a whole bunch of chaff on the ground to clean up the Phoenix and the Overlord.
Yeah, this is just extremely clean play from Ignatius Pennyfeather.
Super high tempo, puts the pressure on, never lets the pressure up, and knocks out your number 5 seed Ragin. Well done to Ignatius Pennyfeather. 12th seed advances 2 games to none.
Rhinos are rough in this particular situation because there's not a lot of bulk on the board, and even with charged shot birds at level 2, like 60,000 HP rhinos are going to take several shots, and the explosion radius means that they're going to lock the chaff clear and detonate the chaff clear. And on the right side, there's just so much more value. The blue boat is strong, but once those steel balls went down, the chaff clear was already dead, and those charged shot Phoenix were like giga over clearing crawlers, and it was just very unfortunate.
Right. Really interesting, Ragin still didn't rapid resupply and also didn't temp range on this last round. So
Wow.
Ignatius Pennyfeather has gone rapid resupply, enhanced range, high mobility on the last 2 rounds. That helps a bet. That helps quite a lot, and that is part of what gets it done. Ragin Jim G knocked out of this one. Good luck next time out. GG's to Ignatius Pennyfeather. He takes match, game, and point to advance to the next group. So if a tournament organizer wants to update the round 1 standings or matches, however that's going to work, we'll throw that up on screen. Now, how does this go? Do we just proceed into our next group? Codafly takes his game in his game 2, so that is a 2-0 sweep for Cody as well. So the number 4 seed beats 13 seed Dead Eagle. Number 12 seed Ignatius Pennyfeather beat number 5 seed Ragin. And with 2-0, we know Park is ahead 1-0. So maybe we
can absolutely join the spectating on Park v Fort build.
Yep. Have done. Are getting into that. But Bear Lake has been kind to me this week, both in scrims and now the qualifier, says Cody. Yes, Age of Alpha Titan said he was going to put his rocks where his mouth was and support Rage and Jim G in the second game. Here we are. Park on the near side has thrown down the Abyss into a many Storms, Vulcans, and Mustangs. Even the marksman back there, no help right now, but Fort Bill does have AA on the bar. Of course, that is what the Wasps are for, to get out in front and tank some of those AA shots when the marksmen get their AA. So Park winning on the far left, but Fort Bill gets the tower on the near side, and I think that is going to let him finish out. It does depend on if any of the anti-air survives, and it's down to 2 Mustangs. That does not look so good. Yeah, they're going to run into the fire. So this is a win on air superiority for the Abyss, which is running efficient maintenance. We expect to see it running swarm missiles next turn. 1 Mustang, not an answer. Especially not at level 1. Trust tourney organizers will let me know when and where to show up, so I don't know if we're going to be bringing you the entire final of this match or not. Ignatius Pennyfeather comments to Jim G, says, I hate the fact that I had to play you on round 1. I knew it would be you or Roxas, and I didn't want to fight either of you. Yeah. It's rough coming up against friends and folks that you know well. But Penny, very disciplined play there. Really, really well done. Had a plan, stuck to it.
Really was.
And just played very, very clean. Park has fort builds down to 1483, and trying to finish things off. The Abyss is now level 2 and has the swarm missiles. There's a melter out there to try and get a lock. Cheese an early lock if possible. And this Rhino is going to pull the Wasps out of the way. So that was a really nice mobile beacon from Fort Builds to try and create the melter lock there. It does not seem to have worked. And it came really close, though. I think it was about 4 or 5 crawlers out in front for Park. Super close to pulling that out. That would have been really nice play.
Don't think it's game, but it's going to be rough.
Another round for Park. He's up 1-0. He's dropped Fort Builds to 809. And yes, the 1 Mustang forcing us to watch the Abyss slowly kill everything instead of speeding up. Love it. Additional deployment for Fort Build. Right, he is not in the Abyss. Additional deploy and light are not the plays for Park. We want to see another Abyss, but no, it's not another Abyss. It's 2 Rhinos with boom. Oh dear. What are you doing with those, sir?
Fort Build absolutely needs range on these melters. It's the only thing he has that can kill these Abyss, and he's actually got somewhat decent chaff clear, but he doesn't really have something that can kill crawlers well, so it just feels like Fort Build has several problems, and we do get the range. We do have a Vulcan with war crimes, but you've got to clear these crawlers, I guess, with a missile potentially on the outside to give this melter a chance to get the lock.
Right, a missile right here lets this melter get an almost instant lock, right? Nothing else arrives in time.
Right.
So you've got to spend that 50, I would think. Note that
I actually think with
had
some chaff cleared, Fort Build could stabilize this with what we're seeing on board.
note that Park had bought 2 rhinos and used the undo to get back down to 1 rhino. Nope, does have the second one over here. So it's heavy armor rhino, boom rhino up there, and the second one coming. There's what we were looking for. The missiles for the crawlers. Again, the same mobile beacon to distract the wasps. We're really trying to let this this melter get its lock.
Almost.
It locks the tarantula first, and by the time it's through everything else, it's working on small units again. Now there's a whole bunch of wasps out here.
Yes.
It is slowing the abyss
like
down.
This. Now, of course, whenever a melting point doesn't have suck, and is out-leveled especially, it's going to be very dangerous.
Yeah, it goes down really quickly to an abyss. And the reason you're mentioning suck, we talked about this in one of the EU broadcasts, but I know we don't have the same audience every time. And the reason for that is that suck is plus 60% hit points. And it makes a huge difference to your ability to survive an abyss beam. Fort Build down to 113 hit points in a dream. He'll be sweating. Arc has
Fort Build, I think, needs the arcs. You don't really want them, but I think all the chaff clear you can get, you need. And triple on the arc light deploys is valuable. You can range them. Either that or you need to mass out some Vulcans. Vulcans go down fairly quickly to an abyss.
Right. And what is interesting about the arc lights, right, is they have enough hit points. And the way that an abyss missile works is it's targeted individually. So your arc light is going to eat 1 missile. It's not eating like 7 missiles because the abyss doesn't calculate how many missiles are needed to kill it. So having the arc light survive the abyss missiles would help a ton. Arc goes for an anti-missile device to help against the incendiary bombs. And Fort Build throws down a sticky oil bomb on the line to try and clear some chaff on this side, while putting a Vulcan on the other side to try and clear the chaff over there.
Ooh. I really, really like the wasp shields. And I do think this Vulcan is going to set the chaff on fire here at the bottom, which was doing a lot to distract the melting point. I think that this is not the last round. I think these Abyss need range badly. I think that's really important in this Melter head-to-head.
Ignatius Pennyfeather with the raid. Welcome in. Welcome in to those of you who saw Ignatius Pennyfeather live on his stream. We were on a 90-second delay here as the casters of that match. Of course,
Yes.
Pennyfeather, a friend of the channel and one of my moderators. Appreciated. Welcome in. And Cody and Ignatius Pennyfeather have both won their group, their single elimination today, 2-0, and they are through to the double elimination rounds. Ark just needs to win this round, basically, and it looks like, well, that was unfortunate. That's also
Tower
unfortunate.
timing's gonna carry it.
And 5 hit points? Are you kidding me, Fort Build? Hashtag
Why
calculated.
so important. That extra health would have meant those melters survive, and you're now doing 1,000 counterpunch damage. And that's also why the Abyss need range to be able to tag those melters faster.
Right.
But I'm kind of worried that this board could get out of control, because I see lines where Fort Build gets going. These melter levels are so important.
Leveling the Mustangs does not help in terms of changing the survivability against the swarm missiles, since the swarm missiles will be 1,100 from this and 1,650 from over here. This guy will only be doing 550 apiece, so they actually will survive him. Now Fort
There's
Build
the
gets
absorb.
energy absorption. So, like we said, that is plus 60% health there. Yes, the melters needed suck quite badly. It is true.
These abyss need range. I think with range, it still wins. I think that's the big thing that Park is missing here. I'd rather have seen range than another abyss, especially when you're into a laser sight multi-melter when there's fire on the ground. I also don't know what Hound Tech's Park is running, but I honestly think Sprinkler would be huge because this Vulcan does not get to shoot a second volley. And if you can clear that oil on the fire on the ground, then your chaff tanks for you, and suddenly I think this is just almost unstoppable.
He does have the chaff out on the far right from the call-in. Some of it hits the missile, or eats a missile, I should say. But,
Oh, that Vulcan's gonna get the tower. It is.
that is pretty big tower timing there. And the
Yes, it is.
Abyss, 2 of the 3 Abyss are down. And as you said, we don't have range on our Abyss, so this one is going to get locked onto in just a moment. And does not get the job done.
Even at 1/10, it goes down because of the level 3 melter being able to ramp up.
And have absorb on the... So it's
Not
healing
dying.
itself. Yep. So Fort Build, 5 hit points in a dream, suddenly picks up a round win, drops Park down to 28.95.
And Nuke is so strong, honestly, for both players, but I think that once you give the Abyss range, their shield break is such that this nuke lands and kills all of the incidentals.
It'll be on top of 2 of the
fire on the ground.
melters.
Fire on the ground, though, is so devastating to not have Hounds to clear it and not have range on the Abyss. Until I see range on the Abyss, I think that Fort Build has this to run away with.
All right. Do you remember that the tower take was from a Vulcan's Descent on this corner? So that's not going to happen again. And Fort Build skips the nuke. He's going to try to face tank the nuke and win anyways. But Park taking Void Eyes with with the EMP armor on them. Again, if the melters connect, they will lose their connection. Then they'll reconnect, and then they'll lose their connection again. So, we've seen that be really, really powerful.
And the melters will lose 60% of their health when they disconnect as well, because the absorb health bonus will drop off.
Right, but we're putting them... Where are we putting them? Getting the timing right, to have those arrive exactly when you need them to and not before, is going to be pretty big. It's a whole lot of wasps now. The anti-air on the Mustangs for Park. No incidentals. It's just going to be the Giants back there.
And none of them actually die.
Yep, they are healable. Of course, they have to be locked onto something that's not chaff to get real healing. The nuke gets the job done. Park is through 2-0, and Fort Build's 5 hit point dream comes to an end. No Buffalo, oh no. It was the right choice, right? In that they survived but weren't destroyed. But, so it was a reasonable gamble. Everything else had moved out of the way or been eaten. But, there it is. That is Park through, Fort Build out, and we will put up our tournament screen here. You should be seeing Park and Fort with the wins. We will be on to, I believe, Red Scare and Mr. Bitter.
That's correct.
As soon as the
I will get that room ready to go.
Yep. We have triggered a 3-minute ad, so once you've got the players in, tell them 2 minutes, please. And I'm going to grab water.
right.
And back in the saddle, we've got about 90 seconds on ads.
Gotcha.
Oops, sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know there.
Yes, I'm waiting on Mr. Bitter.
Escape Velocity with a public service announcement. Watch out for a Hexagon 81. The entire game he was being toxic. Every play I did was wrong. And when he lost, I just said I got lucky. Love it. Did that say 264 notifications on Discord? It did, yes.
I did. Baller and I faced them on twos,
Yeah.
and they were salty. They weren't quite toxic, but they were salty. So they may be on a bit of a tilt, depending on how the games are going.
Got it. How to make friends and influence people, huh?
Easier said than done, for sure. But there's better ways and there's worse ways to go about it.
Right. Okay, for those of you, let's kind of set the scene here. And Red Scare of 94, of course, our #1 seed, Mr. Bitter, a beloved community manager. He is one of the Discord mods, has been for quite a while. He's also helps moderate, moderates the Reddit, the subreddit, and moderates the public chat in the 501. So
One of the senior mods, I believe.
Yeah, very much appreciated everything that he's done for the community. He has also been willing to be part of the tournament organization process when needed. What else? Anabolica with gift subs to Therabray, Nibix, Kirky Boy, Soul Light Gravity, and Egatai. Wow. Thank you very much, Anabolica. That is a whole bunch of support you've given. Really appreciate it. So thank you very, very much. We are waiting on Mr. Bitter. It's true.
And we have a Mr. Bitter. Perfect.
There he is. You guys can ready up whenever.
All right.
So,
this match may be a little tough.
Yes, Mr.
For
Bitter.
Our underdog hero story.
Mr. Bitter at 1750 MMR, facing the 2300 plus Red Scare of 94.
This is the 16th seed versus the #1 seed, which is, of course, the only fair way to do any seeded tournament. But there will always be the person trying to come with their Cinderella story against the giant, and Red Scare is no pushover.
Red Scare is one of the folks that scares me for sure.
Yes.
So
made for show.
We are. Who is casting here? You've got Amarok 81 and Age of Alpha Titan. Bellicus and Whooped GG are casting elsewhere, and we can do a shout out for them. And I believe there's also a match on Clint Leetwood's channel at this point.
Correct. He and Stoney are also casting together.
Right. And the current matches, if you are looking for a Red Scare of 94 and Mr. Bitter, you're in the right place. If you're looking for the number 2 seed Odyssey against Odds, you want Clint Leetwood's channel. If you are looking for Cold Fire, the number 7 seed against number 10 seed Dachshund, that is on Bellicose Drake's channel. Of course, Bellicose Drake is also a tournament winner from back in the day. Won the very first Trash Masters in 2023. That was the kind of the precursor to the Mecha Mini Masters, I guess.
Mini Masters is the like almost Mag 1 level. The Trash Masters is I'm competitive now. Question mark.
Right. I mean, to be fair, at the time there was no intermediate level tournament at the time.
Correct.
So it was for
Correct.
folks at that level. Welcome to the second set of best of threes. This is game 1. Your number 16 seed, Mr. Bitter, at 1750 MMR. Near side, a marksman specialist with Hound Storm Start. Your number 1 seed at 2300 MMR. And wearing the gold badge as 2v2 European champion, Red Scare of 94, appropriately enough, playing red.
Also, one of the things you never want to see when your Stormcaller is a steel ball start. Hounds into Arclight's not great. And not just, the ball hound start, but a supply specialist being very strong. And marksman specialist can sometimes be difficult to protect. And if that feeds a level of these steel balls, then I have to say I see a lot of good lines for Red Scare here in this opening matchup. And being on the wrong side might be a blessing. Honestly, like, you can't fight this, and maybe during the debuff, the units kind of cross the no man's land and get into a crossfire. But it's going to be a tough matchup given these packs.
I mean, this is one of those where you can't even just level and abandon this tower, because the steel balls will knock them down at level 2 and level 3. You don't have much of a chance. So, yeah, this is about as rough as it goes. Now, Mr. Bitter very much does look like he is planning to abandon that tower if there is a crossfire. That's why he's got the hounds a little deeper, so that he has kind of extra chaff line, if you will, here. Semi-chaff clear. And they will go out and engage out here. Slow things down a bit. If we'd had one more Fang kind of with them, you'd really be tying this up. But no, it is not to be. We're going to get defeat in detail because half of our units have come to fight, while half of them have haired off after the tower.
And we're not getting the splashes we want either, although that tower take helps.
Tower take helped. We're down to just 4 steel balls. If we can get a little bit lucky with some Stormcaller volleys. We do not really. Oh, we got unlucky. There's a 1 hit point steel ball down in there. He won't survive his encounter with a hound. And
this is where I was saying, even with the tower debuff, there's so much space to cover that if you can get them on the approach, even during that debuff, it's not terrible. But this is all Red Scare has to do is deploy onto the other side
and stop,
so that he has units to fight during the debuff and then split the crossfire.
Right. Wasp Swarm and Underground Threat are the 2 things that stick out, but Anti-Interference Module would have been possible for Mr. Bitter as well. If he's planning on losing this tower, he would absolutely benefit from having the Anti-Interference Module on something like the level 3 Marksman or the Stormcallers here that are going to be engaged during that tower debuff. Both players took the Wasp Swarm, Red Scare playing it out on top of the Stormcallers and Hounds that got the tower. Mr. Bitter playing his deep behind towers.
Those are very unprotected Stormcallers there. I love this unconventional placement from Red Scare. Those Stormcallers will almost inevitably be taken down. And without them, there is just not DPS to clean up, regardless of how the matchup goes.
Right. No, Mr. Bitter is not running Assault Mode Marksman.
Now, that said, I'm not seeing how Red Scare intends to protect against this wasp swarm yet. I imagine there's going to be a missile or a deep fang. And with the Phoenix ad, it's got to be a safety missile. I guess he's just going to level 1 tower, and I think that's going to make for a reasonably decent tower take.
One, two fangs are all that come over to play defense against these wasps. That seems unfair. Really nice pull. Of course, he is going to get a tower debuff.
Orange Man.
Orange Man is going to spend his whole day playing with wasps.
More fangs come to play. Does the debuff? Oh.
Our side tower
debuff
goes down. Near side tower goes down. Okay, we're into... Orange Man has survived, and he is protected by as much chaff as he possibly can be. The wasps are going to handle some of the chaff clear, I guess.
Okay.
And
yeah,
even the Phoenix. It's a round win for Mr. Bitter. 44-50.
And what's key here is an Orange Man can kill a wasp even under debuff. So if both of them are debuffed, then it's basically just free pot shots for the marksman.
Right. But more importantly, your number 16 seed has taken a round off of Red Scare, dropped him to 35-50. Both of them take the level 3 wasps, but I think that's going to have been great for Mr. Bitter's confidence and ability to just kind of commit to playing his game. He did add these fangs. I talked about that on round 1. Adds them, and that is part of the, if you were going to abandon this tower, you actually almost want a fang on the back line to be part of this cross-board defense. You're going to need chaff in unconventional positions, and Mr. Bitter appears to know that. He's gone for, this time he's going to drop oil in front of that tower and just let things get further slowed. Takes Mustangs against the potential wasp plays. It's his own wasps on the back line.
One of my favorite things to do in this kind of like deep abandon play is to play a fang in your back left in the no man's land corner to pull them the wrong direction during the debuff before they turn back around, and that can buy you more time to kind of eat that debuff out of combat before the pivot.
So it works for 1 round because opponent of course can drop a crawler down there and beat it, but yeah, it definitely can help a lot. That's one of the reasons why you'll see people do that play with an arc light as well, just so it can't get crawlered. Everything gets slowed in the oil for a bit. Mr. Bitter's crawler not going to work into the arc light.
This oil I would have rather seen include the tower that's being pushed and drawn diagonally towards the middle instead of where it is now. That way the enemy army gets to your tower faster but then is slowed, as opposed to crossing the no man's land and drawing you in.
So drawing you in.
A less favorable.
Yeah, drawing you in so that you're fighting during the debuff, as opposed to slowing them down once they've got the debuff.
I like the idea here, but I think that the positioning could have maximized the effect dramatically better for Mr. Bitters. Right.
It's a good expenditure of resources with a positioning that could be improved. And that is going to cost him because we're feeding XP on our marksmen and our wasps going down.
I'm a little surprised Red Scare hasn't committed anything to the front line on the other side to kind of fight during debuff on both sides, from both directions.
We will see. Maybe that is coming. Mr. Bitter
smoke could be so good here for Bitter.
Mr. Bitter on 39.65 and Red Scare on 35.50. Mr. Bitter taking the mobilized battleship, again trying to hit a back corner that has not been well protected.
Big thing here with the smoke is that he can smoke his no man's land where Red Scare can't do anything about it.
Right.
And that's one of the advantages of the hard abandon play.
Right. It's like, let's just throw this down here and force Red Scare to fight out of the smoke the whole time.
Battleship is going to put in work, and I don't think that Red Scare is going to play around it at round 4 with a heavy commit. I think there might be a chaff back there to stall it. I wouldn't be surprised if this battleship buys Bitter the round.
smoke for Red Scare. He's going to put it hopefully where Mr. Bitter was fighting from, although I thought Mr. Bitter was fighting from more out this way this round. Maybe some of this fighting is next round once the oil is down. Maybe he's hoping to change that as well. He's got a mobile beacon to go around the oil. And he has a Phoenix that won't care about the oil, going straight at the tower. The play around the Overlord is a crawler on the back line. Both the Overlord and the Wasp would follow that crawler. They won't go after tower. They'll wind up chasing until the tower is the closest thing. And that doesn't always happen, even. So, as you can see, it's just following crawlers. If they get too far out ahead, eventually it will turn and tackle a tower. But it took it quite a while. And the positioning was specific for Red Scare to make sure that that went to the level 2 tower.
This tower timing, though, is going to be very nice.
It is pretty good tower timing.
Going to be left.
We've got both towers now.
Mustangs are feasting on the Wasps, too. This will be levels.
It's going to be a lot of experience for those Stangs. And the air superiority for Mr. Bitter. So it's not just a we win one round. It's getting some job done. But he'll be fighting out of the smoke next round. Red Scare on 3,000 hit points, but should be in a better economy and has smoke on the ground while Mr. Bitter's at 3965. It's a haste module. Haste module for Mr. Bitter's furthest back Mustangs. And I think it was a heavy armor that has gone on to this steel ball here for Red Scare. Hacker.
I love to see hackers. I think that they are underutilized and they are very strong, although these level 2 steel balls with heavy armor have a lot of health.
They're not going to care, right? And is that thing too far forward?
Yeah, this can't be where yeah. That's not where he wants it to be.
It is.
He's reconsidering the hackers.
He's sold it entirely. Or Control Z out
of it. Right. Still unlocked, though, so debating it. Not undoing the unlock.
Interesting.
But that has to be a he had to have forgotten. That's an accident. You don't undo the deployment of hacker and keep the 100 cost unlock. It's the most expensive 200 unit for unlock. That's just an accident that's going to cost Mr. Bitters minus 100. That's the only logical explanation there, which is really sad.
Storm. Wow, so it's a Storm, a Mustang, and a Hound, as well as a tower level. So we've got a bunch of things in the back corner, as you were saying. There are things that will do some value during the while opponents' units are stuck on the tower.
I think these storms, though, are just going to splash mostly nothing, and when the tower's down, I feel like that's the kind of unit you want on your strong side, not kind of tucked away in the back.
I could have seen it on the very back middle line where it was getting kind of the engagement timing that he wants, but not part of this distraction crew. But as you said, there's a lot of units that won't be fighting through the tower debuff over here. Now there is going to be a second tower debuff, unfortunate for Mr. Bitters, and he is now on the level 2 tower.
Yeah.
Wait, he's almost pulled everything across into the smoke. There's like 2 crawlers going for the level 1 tower. Maybe make it 6, maybe. Both sides get their tower debuff at about the same time, and Red Scare will win round 5. Mr. Bitter putting up a great fight. It's 3,000 apiece. We go to round 6. Remember, Mr. Bitter does have that hacker unlocked. Let's see if he remembers that and plays it this turn. We get a drop.
These unit drops are interesting. The Raiden is especially interesting for Mr. Bitter, I think.
I would have liked to see Raiden as well on this board. Into the steel balls in particular. Instead, he's gone for a Farseer as part of his defensive cluster back here, and add as a crawler to it.
I do like Farseer. It's a very much a bully unit, and it answers the Wasps efficiently. It honestly, when it out levels them, it's also pretty good into steel ball. with its rate of fire. So, and into the Wraith.
And
It's a solid
answers the
choice.
Wraith, yeah, it answers the Wraith drop, which might be part of what he's thinking there. We've also got the Wasp drops back up, so this would be a round you could consider the upgrading your Wasps with something, whether that was range or whatever. But Mr. Bitter not going for that play.
You do get the hackers now.
You get hackers and range, but they are level 1 and not level 2. And he does have the plus attack here. Might need temp range as well, Mr. Bitter. Especially with the oil dropping. Range and speed could be pretty big for you. No, instead it'll be heat. Bring in the heat with the Stormcallers. Reduced attack interval, but plus 100% damage.
All right.
Everything gets in on that level 3
4
tower.
Mm-hmm. This level 4 marksman next to the hacker, I could see causing some problems.
In terms of targeting the same thing that the hacker is hacking.
Correct.
Yeah. Steel Balls had great locks in this corner. Again, everything
Yes,
is horizontal, so each Steel Ball got its own lock, as opposed to vertical. Little subtle things. When you're facing a Steel Ball, vertical storms might have been better for Mr. Bitter. He's now down to 1090. Red Scare, the heavy favorite, now on 3000. Taking a haste module. Haste module for both, so it's a second haste module Mustang down here.
Yeah, honestly, what I'm seeing is nothing kills crawlers on Mr. Bitter's side of the board.
Right,
Because
no...
AP storms are contraindicated with the hacker as well, just killing things instead of hacking them, so it feels like we have some intermediary DPS, we have some Mustangs to clear Fangs, but we don't really have Fangs in this fast board. We just have a bunch of crawlers, and the crawlers are running the show.
And much as we saw with Ragin, he hasn't teched any of the chaff clear like he said. So here we are, five chaff clear on the board. And the only thing we're really relying on is the Mustangs. Mustangs, of course, are terrible at clearing crawlers. They will be especially bad at clearing crawlers with Subterranean Blitz because the speed bonus and the damage decrease both help Red Scare's board. So this
is Red Scare just categorically knowing what is on his board that's causing problems and making it unanswerable. Like at this point, you would need 2 Vulcans with like fire on the ground. You would need degen Wraiths perhaps, but like with the Phoenix leveled, this does feel just kind of over, and the hacker was a good idea in theory, but was solving the wrong problem.
We have taken temp range, we've taken the loan, we've got an elite recruited hacker this time, so bringing out the level 3 hacker who's hacking the level 2 hacker, who's hacking a level 3 steel ball. That is going to slow a bunch of things down in the oil there.
Yes. He also used 3 missiles on those frontline crawlers.
On the frontline crawlers, right? Not sustainable.
Anti-missilable. Well, at this point you could do it, although it's very expensive. But the real thing is anti-missile devices will just render that inert.
Right. Tower goes down far too late for Red Scare of 94, and Mr. Bitter will stabilize at least for a turn. Drops Red Scare down to 545. We could be on the verge of a upset.
And there's the Vulcan you need or the triple Badgers to ignite
Badgers,
the oil.
Please.
Oh my goodness.
Please click the triple Badger.
This tower is level 4 now, and honestly, Red Scare never really heavily committed on the right side. He sells one.
He sells one. I only need 2 to light this on fire. Of course, Red Scare knows to go around the oil, sure. One of them is going to be right in the fire itself. All the Mustangs get levels.
Barriers, I think,
get
wrong
barrier.
direction.
Do have our mobilized battleship opponent has the smoke coming, and that means we probably wanted real shields, not hacker shields.
Now, it is Mr. Better's battleship, so Red Scare is the one that has to play around it.
Right. He has been steadily putting units on the back. In the back,
Yes.
I should say. He's also
That ranged
gone...
Phoenix covers mid, and there's
Right.
one on the outside right.
Right.
And
There's the only possible would be out here. As it turns out, the hacker barriers are going to be pretty good, and the mobilized battleship is going to be defending the level 4 tower. We've also gone for a back row fire badger. I don't know where I'm going to need this, so I'm going to have it wherever I want. Nope, I'll put it out here. On the
good
this
choice,
guy.
because these outside crawlers could very easily be the ones that don't get taken care of. Barrier goes down, the smoke lands. That's painful, especially into these typhoon barriers. Although these hackers are scary, and without Chaff on the left, that's no joke.
They are doing their job. They got one steel ball. They've gotten a typhoon as well. Got a second steel ball.
This right side tower is going down.
Right side tower has never been leveled, right? It's level 1. That's painful. It'll be a long 9 seconds before we're back at full strength for Mr. Bitter. Is that going to be enough for Red Scare to close out? He's finishing off the call-in Overlord.
Farseer one taps the tower, I think. Oh, it's level 2, so it doesn't quite. Farseer, I think, cleans up.
Farseer during the tower debuff, doing its best.
Oh, the Phoenix did it.
Phoenix win the round. It's 200 more hit points off of Mr. Bitter. We get around 9, 890 to 545. Remember, there is a 600 MMR difference between these two folks. Mr. Bitter at 1750 and Red Scare in the 2300s. News in from one of the other games. Number 2 seed Odyssey took the first game against number 15 seed Odds. But here.
This is a match. Without the oil, though, it's rough. This is where you're sad to see that Mr. Bitter sold those badgers. The badger on the right side with these other hackers would have gone so hard last round to help clear the crawler chaff. That enabled the push to the tower.
And also the Typhoon missiles really helped a ton on the tower, on
yes,
getting that push going. Levels.
This Wraith, honestly, putting in some work, but I would rather it be sold at this point. I think, unless you're gonna, unless you
shield break, 3 more Stormcallers for Mr. Bitter, going for shield break as his intended play. I think he wants this one out here, not into the smoke, sir.
These anti-missile devices are great. It's going to block a lot of the storms, and it'll also block these sentry missiles that have been attempted to be used. Also, Mr. Bitter is down so much econ due to those.
Yeah,
the level 4 tower is like 600, about 500 supply.
Yeah, Mr. Bitters is down so much economy. The fact that he has turned this into such a fight is actually pretty impressive.
Yes. Oh, this is gonna... There goes down the first hacker in the middle.
And
You have hacks going on the outside.
Yeah, the tower is in trouble. The steel balls have gotten right up point blank.
Yep.
They get the tower, and now there are some Phoenix on the near side as well that are doing a lot of work. We're not going to let that Farseer have a field day this time. And that should be a game 1 to Red Scare of 94. But man, Mr. Bitter, did you make him work for it? And made him sweat. Well played, well played.
Note that it was finally when Red Scare chose to pivot to the other side and confront that head on that he was able to take it. I think the abandoned strategy was being allowed long enough for the tower to get leveled high enough that the weak side push was getting neutered. I think Red Scare gave Mr. Bitter a lot more opening than he needed to with that level of delay, but ultimately I think this still boils down to a chaff clear problem for Mr. Bitter. But it was a great game.
It was really great effort. I think if we have ever ranged the hounds, the fire badgers, or the arclight, wherever the arclight's been, no, arclight has not been sold. It's still there. Then I think we have a better chaff clear and a different ball game. But well played. We'll take our ads while we're setting up the next round. Players, you guys have about a 2.5-minute break. Well done. That, of course, we can show our bracket really briefly, just to remind you folks where we're at. In the first set of games, Park 09, Codifly, and number 12 seed Ignatius Pennyfeather were the winners, each taking their group 2-0. Odyssey and Red Scare of 94 have both won the first game of theirs. This is the qualifying round for the Mecha Mini Masters, which is single elimination. So Fort Build, Dead Eagle, and Ragin' Jim G are out. Park 09, Codifly, and Ignatius Pennyfeather are through to the double elimination rounds, where basically we'll have to have lost two best-of-3 matches before you get knocked out of that. We, of course, are setting up and running our ads, so give us just a moment. I am going to put channel point predictions up in just a sec, but as you guys can see that happening in the background there, because I guess I'm in the same window. Should have set myself up with 2 different Chrome windows. Maybe I'll take the moment to do that now. Drop all of this. All right, we are ready for game number 2. And apparently I have just disconnected myself from the Discord, so give me just a moment while I get Age of Alpha Titan back. There we go. We should have audio restored.
Perfect.
Just kind of trying to close out of the all the other stuff that I've been showing during break.
Wow, that was definitely closer than anyone expected, I think, which is not to say that people expected a poor showing, but the 16th seed to take, the number 1 seed down to 500 hit points or less, with a 550 MMR split is impressive, and just goes to show that nobody can be written off.
Right. Apologies for the massive echo there. I was trying to bring up my dashboard, not my stream proper. All right. There we go. I think we are reset there. At least I know your audio is going through just fine.
That's good to hear. And here. And here. And here.
True enough. Well, we are full professional on this stream.
And then Alpha Titan's MMR grew 3 sizes that day.
All right. We should be back for our game number 2. Mr. Bitter down 1-0, near side in blue. Red Scare of 94 on the verge of qualifying for the next round, for the round of 8, which is double elimination. This round is single elimination. And Mr. Bitter is on the verge of elimination. Red Scare going to be a giant specialist with Arclight and Sledgehammer. We talked about how strong the sledges are right now.
That's probably one of my favorite packs that you can get right now. I think Sledge Crawler Giant spec is probably my favorite. The Giant spec, I think Giants are very strong right now, but at the highest level, paying to unlock them is almost impossible without a really good econ specialist to support it. And so Giant Specialist, I think, has a lot of power, not only in playing the giant you want, but in controlling the giants that can drop. And
Right.
somebody with Red Scare's skill is absolutely going to leverage both halves of that bonus to the fullest.
And Mr. Bitter, starting out asymmetrical on the left side this time, as a marksman specialist again, with triple arclight, one in front of the tower, one mid, one out wide, and the steel balls in deep. Red Scare of 94 starting out not on the line this time. It's just going to start out deep and standard. I will build my favorite giant from back here.
It'll be interesting to see. I'm very curious how Red Scare plays this, because he has an incredibly flexible starting point. Very solid units overall. I do think, unless these crawlers steal a tower, I do think that the steel ball side should generally win, but those crawlers do look like they're just going to get in.
Yep, 10 crawlers straight to tower, half a pack. They get the tower debuff. Now, note there is all the chaff clears still alive. Still two arc lights back here. Still 2 steel balls that are going to go get a tower for Mr. Bitter. And that should help him win the round overall. So again,
It'll be close.
no shutout. Mr. Bitter getting the job done at least one round. Drops Red Scare to 45-42. He's on 4,400. Again, down 600 MMR. You gotta, I mean, how do you even fight? Like, you got to fight some people that you've, I think, looked up to, right? How does it,
I have.
how do you take the mentality of a game like that? Like, how do you find your footing and just fight it as though you're equal?
Your hope is always that it's not a blowout round one. Like, fundamentally, especially in a best of, if I feel like I punch back in the first game, even if I lose, then that tells me I have what it takes to win. Because if the dice dropped a little differently here or there, if I made slightly better decision making, and so I think if you're Mr. Bitter, you have an incredibly good mentality going into this match, given how last match went, despite being down a game. And there's maybe a world where you're a little shaken in Red Scare shoes, but he's been winning weekend tournaments.
Right.
So I don't think he's going to be shaken by being down necessarily, in the sense of, oh, I could lose, when he has won and then expects himself to win.
Right. Mr. Bitter does nothing to address those 10 crawlers. They are going to get straight in on that right side tower. Red Scare added a new set of sledges to slow down in the near side. It is its tower level. He did address it. Mm-hmm. Nice shout, Cat.
Orange Man is so good into a mark sledge board, in a arc sledge board, excuse me, because it just one taps every unit on the opponent's board,
including the crawlers.
Yes, most importantly, of course, as we can see here.
So, Mr. Bitter wins 2 rounds in a row, drops Red Scare to 39-38. Of course, Red Scare has the giant specialist, so ability to bring out whatever giant he feels like when he feels like it. We'll see what he does here. Love the Phoenix for Mr. Bitter.
Yeah.
Add some single target to this.
Although being the marksman is a little but you can always sell out of the marksman if you want to. I like the Phoenix for the speed to accompany the steel balls.
Right.
You're kind of playing a deep aggro build, and with the arc lights so forward, they kind of synchronize the timing fairly well. I would have honestly kind of thought maybe Scorpion would be solid for both players here, given the fact that both are in ground packs of medium units.
Right. Red Scare does bring in the Scorpion and then bought the Raiden, unlocked the Raiden himself and bought it. So this is not the Raiden from the drop. This is the Scorpion drop plus the Raiden.
Which is a little strange, since of all the giants, Raiden is the most similar to Scorpion and suffers against Phoenix, which is the same counter. So,
and Phoenix was part of the drop.
Odd.
Yeah,
yes.
I actually wonder if this is a hedging bit for Red Scare. where he's doesn't know which of these two he wants to focus into. Wanted to see what Mr. Bitter took this round. Next round, he can sell out of one and fund the other in whichever direction he wants that to go.
But they both kind of kill the same thing. I think you're better off taking units that go in different directions, and then you can commit to that one. Picking something that does somewhat the same thing mitigates the hedge value. Now, the Scorpion is just a great ground tank.
It's
I like
tanky,
it for
right?
that reason. It's the Raiden that I'm a little surprised by, to be honest. And I think we see Raiden not really paying off. Scorpion did a ton of work. I'll be curious to see how it goes from here, because honestly, the Phoenix have a lot of scaling potential. They scale well into Raiden and Scorpion.
Katsemu has a point. Raiden is upshoot. The Phoenix were offered, and Red Scare had no other upshoot on the board. So, if he was going to commit into Scorpion, he wanted something that shoots air, and he took a giant to do it. Both players drop fire in about the same spot, so the middle of the board shall be flames. Note that Mr. Bitter, this game, ranged the arc lights early, has actually built them wide, so he's not giving up a chaff board on either side. Red Scare gonna commit further to the Raidens. How do you feel about that one, Titan?
Picking a giant and sticking with it is strong. I anticipate Red Scare unlocking Melter before the next round of drops, followed closely by Boat, if possible. I think if you have a tanky sledge line, that can kind of be a source of consternation for Phoenix, which could give the Raidens time to be the carry. But it's not the giant line that I would have gone with, and I don't know that this is the best in the board we're looking at. So it'll be curious to see. The Raiden will absolutely need range sooner rather than later.
Right.
Although this round, with that fire placement, it's, I think, going to be another good day for these Phoenix. Orange Man, I don't think, even enters the fire. I think Red Scare was a little too conservative with his placement.
Shield placement was a little too deep, right? And Mr. Bitter is going to win round 4. He's won 4 rounds in a row, putting the tempo pressure on a little bit, as Red Scare taking his time to get ramped up on the giant build. 2,800 hit points left. No real techs on the board for either player, just range on the arc lights for Mr. Bitter.
I will say, this is no knock on Mr. Bitter at all, but when you're playing from Red Scare's position and you're playing someone so much lower than you, you play around abilities that they won't do, and you leave yourself vulnerable to the not punishing their greed in ways that you might otherwise be able to, because you kind of give your opponent the expectation that they will play in a manner you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of value, and you can see really strange upsets when people play around things they see at their level, as opposed to maybe things that their opponent may be more likely to make.
Right. I definitely had that when I was on a bit of a losing streak. I would find myself playing around things that people at the 1800 level would do, and the folks at the 1500 aren't even thinking of it, Yep. And that would cost me, because while it was the right play at 1800, it was the wrong play at 1500. So, Mr. Bitter going for the oil and Vulcan drop to replicate the fire. Felt like the fire was super successful last round. He's also ranged the Phoenix. I'm loving it, and has that marksman up to level 4, even though it's not teched. I'm winning rounds. I'm not selling out of a unit right now. I mean, he has sold out of something.
You don't sell a level 4 marksman by himself can just take air into a Raiden board and one-tap them. So at that point, it's almost worth it as kind of a hero unit that deserves his own bone tech.
Yep. Round on fire again, and that call-in Vulcan is doing some work, but really the point was lighting the ground on fire. And again, you're going to get great locks for the Phoenix. This time the Phoenix far enough behind that they really don't care. And of course, Mr. Bitter is also playing into a whole bunch of Fangs. Fangs a great counter to Raiden. If you don't know that, Raiden do pretty poorly at clearing them, and if you take portable shield on them, then you really leave the Raiden player in a lot of trouble. And that'll be round 5 to Mr. Bitter. He's brought Red Scare down to 2152. SW9876, who is coming up later in this tournament. He's part of the final set of matches facing Blood, as the number 6 seed says he thinks the Raidens are going to scale and win this. Mr. Bitter takes the Stormcaller.
I do think, in spite of the current board state, that Red Scare is still the favorite, and I absolutely see a world where the Raidens are able to connect with the Phoenix. He will need a long-term Fang answer, and I'm curious to see if he plays Mustangs for that, or if he's going to play Storms for that. But the late Fangs are definitely giving a bit of a challenge. I do think we will see Mech Rage on the sledges, though, in the very near future.
Storms for Mr. Bitter, Vulcan for Red Scare, and he goes ahead and puts the barrier on it. He'd taken the barrier earlier. He goes ahead and puts the barrier on the Vulcan. Decides to put Vulcan number 1 with the barrier on the strong side and Vulcan number 2 on the weak side. I'm calling that the strong side because this is the leveled tower, although he's actually had this Raiden survive over here previously.
And obviously a Vulcan with range can absolutely torch Fangs. So just a solid add, very much a giant board that we're seeing develop on the Giant Specialist. We do see Melter already blocked. I would expect to see Boat blocked potentially, given that you don't really have great single target damage that shoots up. Raidens are a little more spread. Although Boat in Standard when you're already in Phoenix is not exactly highly probable.
The barrier did great blocking 1 missile.
Yes.
Mr. Bitter, of course, still using a lot of sentry missiles. That seems to have worked for him last game, and he feels like he has a tempo advantage this game, so he's trying to close it out as much as he can. But of course, he doesn't have anything on the board that's going to do big damage. He hasn't bought a single giant. So even if he's surviving rounds, right, he's only got 600 showing or so. So, you know, it's just going to kind of slowly whittle things down. It'll be exactly 600
Phoenix
damage.
Are really strong.
Puts Red Scare of 94 at 1552. Mr. Bitter's won all 6 rounds right now. Would you like Efficient Giant as the giant manufacturer? I will click that so quick. Even though you've got 6 on the board already.
Say you need 4 before you bank 50. You're low like this. I actually am not sure that I like this click. It's likely to pay off, but it's not going to pay off this turn. And being this low, I think that it's a bit of a low tempo play, particularly when you have giants and there's a heavy armor on offer in the same set.
Mr. Bitter takes the charged shot for the Phoenix, so going to add the DPS that he's been lacking. It is a 4th Vulcan and a 4th Raiden for Red Scare of 94. So he's paid for the nominal cost of the card, although he has also got the 50 from skipping to make up.
Right. So he's down 100 at the moment on Econ with no advantage on board. He could have a heavy armor and be at the same place economically right now.
Minus 50 on Econ, but yeah.
Yes. Good shield bubbles blocking the oil.
Update from another side of the bracket. Coldfire and Dachshund are evened up at 1 game apiece.
Ooh.
They'll go to a decisive best of 3. That's the first game that's gone to, or first series that has gone to the 3rd and final game.
The decider match, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Bitter added 2 Phoenix, as well as giving them charged shot. But at this point, again, we're hitting a point where the chaff clear is becoming a problem for Mr. Bitter. As you can kind of see, there's just the 5 arc lights. They aren't... there is still chaff on the board, and the arc lights are getting targeted now. They do... Oh, that one on the far left survived with a few hit points left.
Phoenix.
the last. There's one sledge left, 2 Phoenix left, and no Phoenix left.
Timing. Oh.
Red Scare has finally won a round and now starts to stabilize. Is there anything Mr. Bitter can do to close this out at 1550 needed? He's at 3660.
Losing 4 shields of econ is also very painful in that scenario. You did block the oil, but it hurts.
Mr. Bitter takes a
Ooh.
pair of sandworms. I do like that into Vulcan.
Current match is 1-0. Red Scare is up. It goes to a best of 3 if Mr. Bitters can pull the upset. And he brought Red Scare to about 500 health last game. So it's definitely doable.
Four
But it's going to be
armored,
tough.
4 armored sandworms. So they've each got 80,000 hit points. We don't yet have Scorching Flames on the Vulcans. There's no EMP on the Rydens to turn off the armor. Red Scare took the fort as part of the draw and has gone to field maintenance on the sledges.
Yeah. And with these forts, the Fort AA is absolutely going to kill the only thing that has been holding Mr. Bitter in the game.
Oh, field maintenance was last turn. Thank you, Kat. Fire in the back lines. That is going to hurt a bit on Mr. Bitter. There's anti-air on the fortresses as the answer to the Phoenix now. 3 forts. So Red Scare is collecting every giant. I mean, you are the giant specialist. You do have the efficient. And at this point, he's up 50 on taking that
Also
card.
worth noting, I was just going to say, Red Scare saw where the shields were and put his fire behind where that line was to torch the back line here.
Right.
Anticipating a similar shield placement.
Yep.
Combining that with the Fort AA, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a 3k blowout round, because when you have a board full of giants, it can absolutely just turn into gazillion hit point damage on the bar.
And the forts are great against the worms, right? They are kind of the right counter there.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, War Factory might be a little bit better, but that wasn't on offer.
Right. You do win one side.
There's only about 2,000 showing. It's not game, but Mr. Bitter suddenly goes from full health to 1340 in 2 rounds. Red Scare on the verge of getting through to the round of 8.
Yeah.
Orbital bombardment.
Is also very powerful here.
Very quick take on top of the Phoenix player. Mr. Bitter has to take it as well. Mr. Bitter shields the Phoenix. Good read, sir. Nicely done. Of course, the shield on the Phoenix
into
helps.
this many worms, it's going to be really hard. Because the worms feel like they're not doing their job into the forts.
Right, yeah. The worms were countered by the forts last turn. There's another 3 forts being added, and that just feels... That feels like GG's to me, although it'll be a oil and Vulcan's Descent on the back corner. I think that is covered by this fort, but it will hit some of the chaff. Orbital bombardment is on the side that Mr. Bitter won last time out, but we don't expect that to be a winning side this turn with 3 more forts added.
Right.
Welcome into Apuchi. Hope you're enjoying your evening. This is the second of our sets of 3 games each. We have previously seen Ignatius Pennyfeather beat Rage and Jim G. Cody knocked out Dead Eagle, and Parko 9 beat Fort Build. All of those were 2-0. Odyssey beat Odds in 2-0. And according to the scoreboard, it is a win for Coldfire, although I have not heard that confirmed.
That would be impressive. Coldfire was the upset win in that matchup, if I'm not mistaken.
No, Coldfire was the 7 seed, Dachshund was the 10. So it wouldn't be an upset win, but based on the MMR seedings. But here, we are not going to get an upset. It looks like this is going to be enough from Red Scare of 94. Mr. Bitter has put up a great fight, bringing Red Scare down under 2,000 hit points in both games, and really, really did amazing work. But at the end of the day, 1750 against a 2330, not exactly on even footing. They put up one hell of a fight, though. No shame in this loss. That was well played.
Well fought. Very, very much to be proud of there.
Indeed.
Great games. The Wasps were I don't know what to do, kind of Hail Mary play. In theory, they tank the Ridens, but into the forts,
Into the
they
fort
kind of
AA
die
barrier.
so quickly that I don't even know that they do that.
Right.
I almost feel like, despite how bad it feels to be in Phoenix, you either triple recruit Blue Phoenix to get your single target, and you go Firestorms to torch the chaff, or you go Melters, pick a side, and try to win on the back of the best giant killer.
Right. I think going into Melter on the round that we took the Worms was probably the right chance, or the right choice there.
Right. Either that or double down on the Phoenix, which I also don't hate because they can get the job done and you're 2 techs deep into them. But I feel like you needed giant killer DPS, and it had to be either a harder commit into the Phoenix or a melting point.
Right.
To be able to kind of cross that threshold.
Yep. There we are. This is the scoreboard. We've seen Odyssey, Ignatius Pennyfeather, Codafly, and Park 09 all get wins. I believe this is 2-1. Coldfire beating Doxson. So Coldfire won the first game. Yes. Doxson won the second game. Coldfire wins the decider. And here we'll be on 2-0 as well. We'll be back in just a moment with Roxas versus Die. That will conclude coverage of this first round tournament. But we will be back after ad for that one.
Yes.
Could retire off the Tooth Fairy money on that one. That is true.
All right, let's get that next game queued up.
Are you available for tomorrow for the EU tourney?
I have my dad's birthday tomorrow with family.
Oh, sweet. That is really nice. Well then, I will.
Yes, it is.
I will ask around and see if perhaps Clint wants to cast that one.
Sounds like a plan.
Well, happy birthday to your dad, sir.
Thank you. I will convey that. I think I've mentioned before, but Mom's birthday is in May. Nurse's month is May.
Right.
Mother's Day is May. So May is Mom month, and then my dad's birthday is in June, and Father's Day is in June, and so June is Dad's month.
Yep.
And so those are back to back for the parents.
Yep. Fair enough. Do remember, folks, if you are a father or have a father, Father's Day is coming up on Sunday. So yeah, he gets the birthday and Father's Day on back-to-back days there.
All right. I will let the players know we are ready when they are.
Right, just 2 matches left. SW9876 versus Blood will be on Clint Leetwood's channel. Roxas, the number 3 seed, facing off against the number 14 Die. Right now, 2063 MMR for Roxas, 1896 for Die.
This should be a fun match. These two have faced each other in scrims. They were both returning competitors from the Mini Masters the first go around. And so both absolutely back and looking to make a tear of it. So be very interesting to see how this goes.
Of course, there's only one spot for the two of them. So,
right.
the one of them will go down right now. The other one will be through to the final 8. Final 8 coverage resumes next weekend on Friday, about the same time on the same channels. I believe it'll be Clint Leetwood and I at the concurrent, but I'm not haven't actually confirmed that with him.
So, of course, those who don't know, Roxas is absolutely a aggro player at heart. Loves his forts. Very solid. Very much tends to pick a side, fort the other side, and will use tower attacks from multiple angles, but is not dependent on them so much as utilizing them to try and create as many problems as possible. Dai is also an aggressive player. I don't think they are quite as aggro-centric, but I expect a lot of rotational asymmetries, a lot of headbutts, lots of spiders, lots of forts, lots of phoenix.
Indeed. Welcome to our third best of 3 tonight. Number 3 seed Roxas will be near side in blue, playing a Rhino Specialist with Void Eye and Tarantula. Number 14 seed Dai on the far side, Training Specialist with a Hound and Steel Ball start.
We have a recent patch as of a few hours, 12 hours ago today, with the Void Eyes getting 10% more damage and about 10% more rate of fire. So more than half of what they lost on the rebuild. And I'm not quite sure they're in the perfect place, but they are stronger than they have been thus far in their history of patches. And so I think that they are well suited to pair with the spiders. And notably, Roxas is running the absorption mod free tech. Not everyone is. So I will be curious to see. I think that they are solid into steel balls again, with their damage being what it is, and will honestly be solid into hounds as well. So I give the nod and starting composition to Roxas, but the balls on either side definitely shaped to create problems.
Dai coming out
Inevitably,
on
the spider player will be on one side.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dai coming out symmetrical aggro with Steel Ball and Hound and a Crawler on the right, Hound and Steel Ball on the left, and a Hound in the middle. So coming out very unique set of formation, while Roxas a little bit more traditional, with Tarantula and Void Eye together on the right-hand side. His Crawlers are over on the left, and that is going to slow down that push, eat a whole bunch of Steel Ball lots. And you can see, Titan was just talking about the newly improved Void Eye. You can see how well that is doing into Steel Ball on this right side for Roxas. So, despite, well, he was going to win that side, but this tower timing is just rough. And of course, there is that one Assassin Steel Ball going for tower.
And guess who forgot to click the button on his free tech?
Oh no! Did Roxas?
That happens to me.
Yeah. Did he want it? Is it what he said in chat? Because I've actually intentionally not clicked it on round 1 sometimes.
I think in the steel balls and hounds, you really value that healing when you're popping hounds and almost healing off, trading even with them for damage.
I mean, and getting to the point of almost full heal, right? But
right.
We'll see, because for me, the choice sometimes the choice has been forgo energy absorption round 1 in order to have possibly charged shot on round 2, or possibly suppression shot on round 2. Roxas sells out of the Tarantula on round 2.
Wow.
Buys himself a Wraith, gives himself a haste module. So we're going to have Speed Wraith over here on the right. And I am going to echo something Cat Same You said in chat. It says, I've decided that my family-friendly term for aggroing the opposite sides will be Spiral. I think that makes way more sense than Crossfire, because Crossfire has a specific meaning for something else. A spiral fight, because you do go around clockwise or counterclockwise.
I've always called it rotational asymmetry.
Yeah.
But Spiral absolutely is that very same idea.
Yep. Makes much more sense. Die bringing in the Wasps on the far side flank. Tower has not been leveled, so those are pretty much getting a free level, or a free tower. But are they going to be getting any value at all? Because this rest of the fighting is going to be just about over.
Right.
Ace module
And that's
Wraith
one of the
is
big
cleaned
things.
up.
In a headbutt, oftentimes the fight is done by the time a flank that hasn't been established can do its job.
Right.
And so that then buys you the turn to respond to it. And in that sense, it's not nearly buying what you might hope for it to in a standard v standard, or when you're defending, or you're creating a pull. And that Wraith does farm, doesn't a level, but 40,000 damage, and definitely the gold badge across the board on kills as well. Free Fortress. Also, level 3 Phantom Raids, very strong. I think those are the two picks to pick between, is the Fortress and the Phantom Rays.
I will go for the Phantom Ray. The Roxas skips the fort to go for the Saber. That might have been the best sell
Really?
value. And indeed, it is on the selling block to bring out a second Wraith. Level up the far side tower.
I'm not a fan of selling the unit drops, especially when they come with so much level value. I think that it is too much stats and scaling, because the price of a level doesn't include the struggle to get the experience to level. And so I think selling those drops when there's a unit that's valuable on board, like Saber or the Farseer, the Phantom Ray or the Fortress, is a mistake in terms of tempo. And we do get the free energy absorb.
Right, it does
It
take
was just
the 3
2 rounds
now.
forgotten.
Or 2 rounds delayed to see how the game was developing. I know that we can
That's
assume forgotten. Die will take high explosive ammo, and Roxas,
Oh my goodness.
Roxas has ranged the Wraith. I am really surprised to see AG from the Wasps into Wraith, but now he's protecting it with a steel ball.
But they're not, as the first tech, that just makes so little sense. You don't have them anywhere else where they're really doing a chaff clear roll.
Right.
So it's just for this pack, and you don't have jumps. You're going to have to sell this pack for negative tempo. I do not like that as a first button on the Wasps, even if you want them to be your chaff clear.
That's really fascinating. But the level 3 Phantom Rays have just bullied to the right side and win out that side outright. And we can see that the, obviously the energy absorption on the Void Eyes not doing a whole lot this round. They've spent a lot of time targeting the crawlers, in part because that Wraith was killed. So
getting late energy absorb does hurt, because they could have in theory gotten a level better. They might have denied experience earlier. Now the balls are already level 2, and with the heavy armor, level 1 unit is just not going to cut it without a DPS tech.
Right. And here we are with the Rhino Specialist drop, or for the Rhino. It'll be Photon Emission for Die, and I think it was a skip for Roxas.
In the same vein of not wanting to sell the Saber immediately, I think there were tempo options that would have been strong. I don't think you want to sell the Rhino immediately, but into a steel ball player that's creating these steel balls on all sides, it may be difficult to find the line for the Rhino to get value once you pick a spot for it.
Right. If you don't have redeploy for it. We are going to mobile beacon it straight in on tower. There is a Phantom Ray added to the flank behind the steel balls, but ahead of the Wasps over there.
And this kind of looks like something that might have been practiced or labbed out, because if you have a tanky single target removal with a chaff clear Wasp and a Phantom Ray that can be airburst or high DPS in the air even without the actual burst tech, I think that that's actually got some potential to cause problems to a lot of flank answers.
And the Phantom Ray can take armor enhancement to answer, common Mustang type things that would answer the Wasps. Interesting.
Or the steel balls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the steel balls could also take armor.
This Rhino will get in uncontested, it looks like.
Straight in on tower. That helps quite a bit. Also costs the 50. But
Oof.
importantly, what it means is that both of the ranged wraiths have survived to continue the fight.
And leveled.
And they've got their levels. Yep.
And a level 2 Wraith as a flank guard into 3 packs of level 1 units. Once they get 8 gun and or degen, it's just going to clear all of that.
Right. Hey, steel balls do answer the Rhino. You weren't wrong about that. Just a little bit late. And round to Roxas, 3,900 to 2,840. We go to round 5. There's the redeploy for the Rhino. And Roxas clicks it before the other options have even loaded in.
That is what you want to see if you're Roxas, 100%.
Exactly what he needed. Because, of course, Dai's canonically correct answer would be to place a steel ball here. And now we've got a run at a different tower from a different angle, if needed.
Now I want to see a vertical fang in front of both towers just to make sure that there's something for the Rhino to run into. And I think if you're Dai and you see the redeploy, I think if I'm Dai, I put something in front of my opposite tower expecting the pivot.
Right.
I think
I'd be looking.
Has proven he is the person who will move it and mobile beacon in another direction.
Right. I mean, as Dai, I'm looking at these two huge gaps, and if I'm facing anybody, aggro, Roxas, Ms. Diana, Sacco, whatever,
yes,
I am trying to clog up those lanes to prevent them from reaching tower.
We need some defensive lines here.
Yeah.
And we don't see that. It's easy to say that, but when you're the player, it feels wrong not to cover what just hit you in the face.
Right.
Like everything in your instincts tell you, I've got to. And there may even be a Rhino or a Sip on the other side as well.
Yes, he did it! Let's go, Dai! Reads it correctly, but gets unfortunate in that Roxas adds crawlers on the line. Those poor steel balls are going to get locked onto crawlers and punched in the mouth by a Rhino. You can just kind of walk right by them all. Goodbye.
Yeah.
I'll leave you guys to deal with that. Very nice.
And
Dai reads it
Blu-ray.
right, but again, by taking the steel balls to answer the Rhino instead of the crawler, or instead of the fangs, doesn't actually slow the advance down very much.
Right. Without chaff in front of those steel ball positions, it's going to be very hard to slow them down much. And the Wraiths are scaling and are just very good in these headbutt scenarios or flank guard positions.
Roxas winning that flank with the level 2 Wraith without 8 gun. Now you've got your choice of Marksman, Arclight, Stormcaller, Fang. I think if you're Dai, you're considering a Marksman, assuming he's got it on the bar.
That's tough though into the Wasp, but probably. It's...
Roxas takes the Storms. I believe he sold one of them,
Really?
puts the other one mid.
Those are just probably the best cash option, because I don't think he wants to play that unit. Yeah, he's going to flank with it and try and get a tower snipe after the warp in and then sell it.
That's actually pretty nice. I like it. He's also redeployed the Rhino out here, where again there's steel balls that are kind of tanked onto crawlers.
I'd like to see a Wraith behind that Rhino, if I'm Roxas.
For Dai, he's added anti-air on his Wasps. Roxas adding a pair of level 2 Wasps, elite recruited over here on the left side. Back up the Rhino and Wasps get the mobile beacon in on the tower. And the Stormcallers, in theory, get the tower snipe. In practice, they get missiled out. Dai has been relying on a lot of missiles to defend things.
I don't know that missile procs. I think it is placed so that it does not cross the flank line, and I don't think those storms get missiled. That's a safety missile. Now, the crawlers may get them before the warp in, but I don't think the missile procs.
You are actually right about that. That's a proc for anti-air, trusting the crawlers to get the ground game done. So, a nice call
Saves
on
the
that.
missile.
Nice call out. Yep, it did save the missile. That said, we took the 4 blue man group.
Or to save the missile.
Doesn't run, yes, doesn't actually run AA on them. He's got Assault Marksman instead. And so you can't take those as kind of a Wraith answer necessarily. He tried AA on his Wasps as his Wraith answer, or Wasp answer. But
And
now he's in a lot of trouble. 131 hit points. Roxas at 39.29. And, he was distraught by a loss in the family during the last Mecha Mini Masters, I believe at the semifinal round, that he said he really didn't feel like he was playing like himself in that game, so I feel like he's got a bit to prove. And obviously, thoughts and well wishes go out to him and his family. And I'm glad to see him recovered and playing a bit more like himself. But, of course, that game is a lot less important than your time with family, which is, again, why I approve you taking tomorrow off to go hang with your dad on his birthday. Catch you next week.
Right.
Both players took the Incendiary. Roxas gets a shield up over here and has Jump Drive to the Wasps. So he's got a Jump Drive Wasp paired with the quote-unquote Jump Drive Rhino using Redeploy, and is going to run that right up the middle through the Hound while lighting all the defenses over there on fire.
I think this game really was hurt by this kind of strange direction of the Splash Wasp when it was not in a position to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was when I think you had already seen the Wraith showing, which is the weirdest tech to take on Wasp into a Wraith, because you don't have the range base or the air specialist base to prevent them from just farming and feeding.
Right. And speaking of, Roxas has now triple teched. So his Wasp's outrange with aerial spec and outspeed with jump drive. And he's got a straight run in, while these guys do some real work on the other side's Wasps. And, the Wraith down there in the corner does eventually lose this time out. But the whole rest of the board has won, with tower getting taken by that level 2 Rhino.
Right.
And that is going to be game 1 to Roxas, barring a massive upset in the last couple of seconds of this round.
But one of the big things that you can do against a Rhino is put your steel balls vertical, so that way the Rhino has to stop and punch each one, and the last one in the series can usually get a lock and finish a Rhino of 1 level higher than itself if you lab it out. So these horizontal steel ball positionings are better for an aggressive push, but if you're trying to defend the Rhino, I think that they were ambitiously placed, and the Rhino was just kind of able to bully them as long as it had a chaff escort.
Right, and the fact that they're horizontal like that, obviously in theory you're thinking, oh, all 4 of them get a lock at the same time. In practice, that really wasn't happening, and you can kind of rely on obviously the all 4 of these guys getting locks into the crawlers that first round that they were placed was really unfortunate for Dai. But
Yes.
Again, that could have been prevented by the vertical, because you'd have wound up with some of them filtering out and around, and possibly
Right.
all of the crawlers are going to be narrowing into a point, so that out and around steel ball actually does get the lock on the Rhino when placed in that
And
way.
that's especially important when the Rhino player has, until you anticipate the Rhino player having a mobile beacon, because even if you line them up horizontally where it's good into the Rhino right now, 2 tiles to the left can solve that for the Rhino player, and so the vertical placement can be more flexible to kind of protect from that.
Just ITV shows up in chat to say, Rhino, please leave me alone, man. Leave me be. And then throws a GG to Roxas. we're going to set up the next match. Don't go anywhere. And channel point predictions will be up for those of you seeing ads to have something to do. We'll be right back with the next match after a 2-minute break. Players, of course, can go off and get water and all that. Go to the bathroom, whatever they need. Shake it off if you were the unlucky in that first game. And a big shout out, big thank yous to our tournament organizers. I know Free for All. I think Uncle Lazy, you're doing tournament organization as well, if I understand. Clint Leetwood and Alpha Titan, the full set. So thank you guys very much for the work you could do to behind the scenes to set up this community tournament. Really appreciate you guys for that. It's a lot of work to put something on, and having been in that seat, it's actually really tough to do what Titan is doing, where he's casting and organizing. I know my recommendation to Clint was to drop that next time out.
We couldn't specifically for this day because we have three sets of casting.
Yep. And
to Clint's credit, he is great at being a kind of both end facilitator to make our job as easy as possible. We also checked it in advance to try and get as many I's dotted, T's crossed. So.
Yep.
I definitely think there were lines for Dai there. I feel like he really, really needed Phoenix to answer the Wraith. I think that the Ray did a great job until it didn't, and I feel like using it and then pivoting it once it has done its job and bought him around.
Oh, you need to switch with Dai.
Yes. I was doing that mostly so I couldn't accidentally ready up, so I was just going to switch.
We've got the 90-second countdown, so it's fine.
Yes,
they can ready up. Nimwin says, I feel like my brain isn't equipped with the correct software or hardware to play at this level. I can marvel at the mind games, the missiles, and the aggressive rear flanks as a viewer, but I get way too lost in the sauce when playing myself. Oh, well played to both of you. That is honestly so I'll go through places where I feel like I am playing and seeing the board in the seat really, really well. And then I will go through phases where I am exactly as you said, lost in the sauce. Chat can see the mistakes I'm making. Alpha Titan's sitting there going, dude, what the heck, man? I've coached you better than that. And it's literally like
you've coached third parties better than that.
Exactly. I've coached third parties better than that. But like if I'm in that moment and the brain is just not seeing the board at that level, there's not much you can do with that. And especially because at this level, one mistake is the difference between a W and an L, right? Like the number of times I've looked back and been like, penultimate round or ultimate round of the match, I have had two different lines in mind. And if I play the one that I played, I lose by I lose that round by 2,000 hit points and lose the game. If I play the other one that I had in mind, I win the round by 2,000 hit points. And, it's just did you see which direction it was going? Did you choose correctly between those two? And of course that
what can be especially...
Go ahead.
Good. And what can be especially difficult in those moments is noticing what's important versus feeling like you're noticing something that's a problem. Because usually units are doing things you don't want. They're shooting units you care about, but being able to identify, is it that I don't have DPS? Is it that I don't have chaff clear? Is it that I don't have chaff? Finding the real problem in the sea of back and forth combat so that you know what to change each round or what to protect so your opponent can't change each round is really where that kind of comes together.
Yeah.
As a seeing the board moment.
Absolutely. Welcome to hopefully our second to last match of this cast, but potentially the final. Roxas, far side red, the number 3 seed is up 1-0. Dai, near side, and blue, your number 14 seed, on the verge of elimination He needs to win twice. Roxas only needs to win one of the last 2 games to advance. And loser is out of the tournament. From this point on, you get the
Double elimination.
double elimination set. Yes, Dai is going to be an aerial specialist with a tarantula and fang. Roxas on the far side, rhino specialist again with steel ball and arc light. Nobody at all bet on Dai here, huh? That is
Uh-oh.
There we go. I am putting a prediction bet on Dai for this one.
Very nice.
Rhino redeploy is a brain destroyer, absolutely. And
yes.
First time chatter, Destroyer 0340. Perfect name for that one. Perfect name for that comment. But yeah, Rhino redeploy in the hands of a Roxas, in the hands of Aggro, in the hands of Diana, in the hands of a Sacco or a Monkst. It's just brutal. Brutal. It's like
one of the things that I least like to see, pivoting a little bit to the match at hand, is being Spider and seeing the steel ball. But Dai added the Void Eyes as his intentional add, and it is really putting in work here.
Right.
To help kill these.
Yep. The updated Void Eye with the plus 10% attack has the attack up over 1,000 now. He also did not take energy absorption.
I know. And it would have won him the round if he had.
It would have won the round.
Flights.
Yep.
It hurts. It hurts because I've done it to myself back-to-back games. The first 2 games we played on ladder. Yes. Oh my gosh. And the Snap Farseer pick. So strong.
Both players taking it, of course. Part of the reason for that is because the way that hit point damage is dealt to the bar. You got the Farseer, if it survives, deals 300 damage. That's only 50 less than a giant. And because the Farseer has that 125 meter range, everything else on this board has shorter than that. If you win your round, you can pretty much guess that is your Farseer has also survived the round. So might as well put the tempo pressure on. And that is why they are valuable. Of course, their downside is they don't hyperscale late game because they have no technology available that can increase the DPS. Unlike pretty much every other unit in the game. You've got Mech Rage, you've got Charged Shot, you've got Elite Marksman, wherever
some kind of
you
damage
are.
And or rate of fire.
Right. I guess Steel Ball and Melting Point don't exactly, but they're very much... They're probably the ones that don't need it.
Intrinsically scales, so yes. they get staying power out of range and survivability techs or disabling effects.
Right. Live longer, do more damage. Roxas is coming out with a flank crawler, shallow flank crawler. Of course, that pulls backside chaff a lot of the time and can pull chaff clear. What that will do is create an opening for this steel ball to come straight in on tower. If he hadn't got the Farseer drop, he might have added a mobile beacon this round to take advantage of that. You can see what a wide open triangle there is there. Only the 9 fangs getting in there to try and defend. We're going to have a Farseer off over here, where Roxas gets the first shot. They shoot
simultaneously. I think they die simultaneously.
It does look like both sets are going to have a missile in the air. They do, in fact. Both go down, no damage done.
Still no absorb energy. Oh, I just want to send a message to Dai, but I can't.
Yes.
It hurts.
And again, there could be some intent there. Charged Shot or EMP armor could be the direction he's going. He doesn't want to make those changes more expensive. But yeah. If you think of it as an automatic, I take that on round 1. You've got to just make that part of the habit.
Yes.
Void Eye click. Void Eye free tech. Void Eye free tech.
It only takes for getting it when it's important once.
Exactly.
And then it is now part of my repertoire.
Yep.
Which is why I'm constantly checking to click. And by the way,
you said
Void Eye was top damage that last round.
And that would have been damage that was healing.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks like it's top damage overall. I think the Phoenix... Oop, Who what? No, it's
You're
the
right, you're right.
Farseer was top damage for the round. But,
Sorry.
quite hard.
He did 20,000 damage the first round and died and would not have.
Yeah.
And the level is so huge with the absorb. Level 2 Void Eye beats a spider head to head. And I bet would even beat a Farseer head to head or
Woof.
close to it. So, very interesting to see how this will play out. The chaff from Roxas in the back with his call in.
Yep.
And another Farseer added. So, not always a unit you want to add because you feel like they don't scale, but they're very high impact, and it will be very good into the Wraith.
Oh, it's going to be perfect into the Wraith. He's got the positioning as though he knew what Dai was going to do. It accused Roxas of stream sniping, but of course we're on a 90-second delay. Dai isn't streaming, and we can see that Roxas had done it first before Dai even dropped the Wraith down there.
And that lock is so sad.
That lock is amazing. Roxas just reading the board so beautifully. And interesting mobile beacon with a little bit of a runaway Farseer over there.
I don't know that I like that. I think you're literally giving the Farseer your other tower with that Arclight walking in.
Although I think the point was, I'm going to win the round, I want the 600 surviving damage, and I need to finish off the Phoenix. And it's not going to work out that way.
Yeah, I think that mobile beacon bit him. I don't like that beacon, actually. I like the idea, sort of, but I think that it's too easy for it to backfire.
Well,
and I think
it did, in fact. Yeah. Did, in fact, backfire, and Dai winning one truck, one Farseer available. So what part of what Roxas did for that was leveling that tower, so he was counting on the level tanking that Farseer. Now you've got an improved firepower control system. That is the only way to scale a Farseer's damage.
And his items and levels.
Roxas has done both of those.
Incredibly strong, yes.
Gold damage dealer already gets a level, takes an improved firepower control. Really, you might start wanting anti-missile to slow that down. He's also got his round 4 level 2 Rhino that is going to show up in that corner. We talked about how we've created this weak triangle, and Roxas is really trying to exploit that. And part of that exploitation is going to be this crawler on the back flank that pulls some of the units away. Looks like... I'm not sure I trust this arrow. I think some of those fangs will come back and down.
A small few of them should make their way towards that crawler, I think, unless the way that Arc facing has them walk towards that flank crawler at the front.
And here is the reason not to take energy absorption. If you're going to count on charged shot as your answer to the Rhino, Dai has held on, didn't take the free tech, now have places Void Eye in kind of this exposed corner, and has charged shot on them. So now the Void Eyes do 2,770 damage per shot, and these two have gotten to level 2 anyways.
Wraith tanks that missile. Now that Farseer, though, is going to delete it in 2 volleys because of the damage item. And that's like a level 3 Farseer, by the way, with a level 2 at plus 70%.
And Rhino just runs straight through to the tower, gets the tower, and now it's just cleanup or Roxas. Dai had been on a pristine 4,800, and it's not going to be pristine anymore.
Rhino flashbacks.
Yes, he is definitely having Rhino flashbacks. But at least this time...
This Rhino should be nestled unless we get the direct redeploy
he doesn't have redeploy yet. Does he get it right now? That would be amazing. He does not. It's another drop. Sabertooth is the free.
Vertical Sledges or Fire Badgers.
Sledges,
both are good.
Fire Badgers and Phantom Rays. It'll be Badgers for Roxas. One already deployed onto the flank. Roxas is playing with a lot of confidence, playing really quickly right now. Definitely in his element.
I think I want to see the Sledgehammers. I think the vertical are good into the Steel Ball. It also is reasonably good at slowing down the Rhino.
It's a great shout, and that is exactly what Dai does. Second pack of Fire Badgers for Roxas will be attacking Dai's left side tower. And it's going to be a vertical sledge right on the line to try and slow everything down. There's a sentry missile as well to put a stopper on the Rhino.
We don't see this Fire Badger yet, but what I would like to see Dai do is actually add his own Rhino there to answer the Fire Badger.
Just
the coming
predicting that it's
turns.
coming. Or, oh no, just next round. I see what you mean.
Right, I think that's an important add. I hate this Wraith on the opposite side, though. I think it's into the potentially leveled Farseer. I think you need to do more than just put a vertical sledge. Okay, there's some chaff added. There's some steel ball. There's a missile. Okay, I can see it now.
Does this steel ball move over here? It does, and that's actually in a deep enough position to go engage the Fire Badgers. Its problem is there are going to be crawlers in front. He's missiling those out. So Dai has it all covered. In theory,
Nice.
gets a lock on the level 2 steel ball with or the level 2 Rhino with his steel balls. Unfortunately, the steel balls
They
go
do go
down
down.
to the level 2
Yep.
Farseer beforehand. And now both Wraiths are going down as well.
Those sledges did a lot of work buying time, though.
They bought a bunch of time, but it's just not enough.
Yeah. Farseer's not great on round 7, 8, 9, 10, but with an item and with levels, they are incredibly efficient at doing a little bit of everything. This one's getting another level, did 100,000 damage this round,
Casual 100,000 damage on round 5 without a giant.
and counting.
Yeah, you the hero, buddy. Yes, you get your close-up. Did you just drive through that pylon? Shouldn't it have knocked it
And we get the
down?
redeploy.
And Roxas again clicks it so quick, you don't even get to see the other options. Absorption, Enhancement Module, and Photon Emission were the other options. What do you think Dai should take to counter what he now knows are going to be jump drive rhinos? What is the play, Titan?
If it's me, I want to try and find a way to make him uncomfortable. We see him using an arc light as chaff clear. We have steel balls. I think potentially a steel ball flank to try and beacon into this leveled tower. Something to create speed counter pressure would be valuable. I feel like you've got a lot of problems. We also used like 2 or 3 missiles last round to hedge our bets, and we still lost in some critical areas. The Farseer got a critical level. I think we're verging on too many problems to solve efficiently without like really committing. And this is part of why I'm not a huge fan of the Void Eye charge shot. I think using it as the early tempo to deny levels, reserve hit point damage, and then to have being air spec, use our charge shot birds and start establishing a perimeter, because with range, charge birds will bust Farseers.
Right.
They will also pop rhinos, and knowing he was rhino spec, I'd have liked to have seen that kind of be planned for.
Right. Dai is going for ranged, heavy targeting steel balls, trying to get them in every possible corner to have pretty much instant locks. It's going to burn down some... Oi, oi, oi. He does not get all the locks on all 3 right side corner Fire Badgers, so that hurt.
And Badgers are shockingly strong versus steel balls in terms of DPS, especially with a level advantage, and then they can click ignite. Very strong, and these Farseers are just being an absolute menace. There is a chaff advantage and a chaff clear advantage for Dai.
The Phoenix are down. The Farseers clean up. Another 600 hit points of damage for Roxas. Dai is down to 2640. You've got 3600 for Roxas. And it looks like your number 3 seed is in complete command of this one.
Another item for the other Farseer that gets its level. I also really want to see Photon clicked on these Farseers. I think the rhinos that are next to them, the steel balls that are next to them, would benefit hugely from it. We get a rhino out here in the corner with the redeploy.
Bottom left corner, yep. And Scorch
I think we need
on the Fire Badgers.
Yep, there it is. It's going to just toast these steel balls so fast. I almost want to see leveled, elite recruited Void Eyes across from these Fire Badgers. because that will actually tank the Fire Badger and reverse kill it off the healing.
Right. Notice that Dai would have won this flank if he had put this steel ball where he actually wanted it, which was 10 meters further south. These two steel balls lock that Fire Badger. These two steel balls lock this one, so he's missed getting the third lock due to a subtle positioning change down there.
Even with that change, though, none of the Badgers that did get locked died, so I think that it helps to spread the damage, but I don't think he kills any of them regardless of the positioning, but it would have been better positioning for sure.
Right. Yeah, they
You
certainly
do have flanking steel balls here. We need to see a chaff to protect them if you want them to try and kill these Farseers. Otherwise, this Farseer is just going to pop all of these, and I don't think you can afford to take a down-tempo turn.
Roxas thinks he can afford it, with the redeployed Rhino now getting a Wasp as well. And the underground threat there to kind of provide a ton of chaff for them.
That poor Farseer just has no hope of trying to clear that.
Nope. It gets run over. The addition of the Wraith in the bottom right corner does protect that for Dai. And unfortunately, the tower's gone down. And Roxas keeps adding Farseers. In fact, did he elite recruit this one? It's a level 2 Farseer. He's taken electromagnetic on them to be able to turn off whatever key techs are going on, either on the Wraith or the Phoenix or the Steel Balls. And Roxas again in complete control through 7 rounds. Dai is down to 1946. He's down 1 game to nothing. He's got to turn this around, or his tournament is over.
I think Dai is in a position to do that, actually. I don't like the long-term commitment to Farsi or elite recruiting one, adding a 4th one. I think that they are going to get outscaled by what's on board, and Roxas is kind of treading water with his chaff clear. He's got the Scorch Badger, but it has no range. He's got a couple of arcs. They have no range, and each round the spiders are clearing the chaff. There's no depth to Roxas's chaff board.
Right, yeah, we've talked about
this one line and it's gone, and these spiders are getting it done even if they die. And then just imagine if he had more air pressure that outranged these Farseers. Charged birds would absolutely clean this up. I think that it would be a very, very powerful option for him.
He does have it available. One Phoenix level 2 could take range, could take charge shot there. Of course, he's spent 200 on charge shot for the Void Eyes, which could be invested in charge shot for the Phoenix instead. It's 2 more Wraiths to try and cover all the angles now for Dai.
This is another great example of Roxas using his redeployment and Dai feeling like he has to cover where Roxas just was.
Right.
I think that Dai is in too much of a plug the holes I was shown and not like reinforce where I could be weak.
That Ion Beam is getting a lot of work done. I think the Ion Beam did actually hit Roxas' own Rhino over there.
Yes.
But
I actually didn't know Ions did friendly fire.
They do friendly damage. Yes.
In a game when I was 1400 MMR and just learning.
Right.
And I was like, wait a minute. I just nuked myself. I was like, oh, it'll run this way. While it's in it, it'll be fine. It was not fine.
That's actually one of my favorite things, is when I've placed an Ion Beam so well that my units get into the very tag end of it, because it's demolished that side so hard.
Right.
Cat Samu says, this game is reminding me why I hate Farseer. And as you can see, Roxas has been using them to put a bunch of tempo pressure on every round they survive. He's doing hit point damage, and Dai is down to 1046. If he's going to stabilize, this might be the last shot at it. Both players take the Wasp Swarm. Roxas can't play them aggressively because of they're all covered by the Wraiths, so he just plays them defensively. Dai puts a Rhino out on the flank. Cheese Mechabellum is one of the Rhino Wasp masters, says Roxas is putting on a Rhino masterclass right now. And there it is again, a redeploy, and the jump drive Wasps It's just single pack of wasps. They're level 3. But now they are backed up by an overlord with overlord artillery to just punch through a little bit better. You
Ooh.
expect that's where your mobile beacon is going to be. And there's an anti-missile device on the line to protect against missiles to try and slow the rhinos.
Farseer missile interceptor taken by Die to try and shut down these Farseer carries, and they are susceptible to that. I think devices would have gone hard a lot sooner than this, as well as supplemental like shutdown, given that I think 90% of the damage that Roxas has been doing has been from like 3 Farseers, not including the Rhino.
Right. I mean, Die could be throwing down anti-missile devices and hasn't.
Yes.
Finally does take his own Farseers with missile interceptor. And gets some good locks with some steel balls.
Yes, he does.
Takes down the rhinos. Takes down
Shield is
the
covering
keel.
the tower.
Takes down the key the key Farseers as well on the left-hand side.
And Shin
Shin Gun doesn't get it. It's a level 2 tower, so it tanks it for just long enough. And the steel balls getting it done for Die. All of a sudden, Roxas takes a zillion damage. He goes from 3,000
This is why I was afraid.
to 322. Die is on 1,000. He's trying to get one more match. That's all he needs. Win this one.
I like the melting point here. And I think you place it where you expect the mobile beacon to be. And there's a blue rhino and a boat that can't both be moved because there's only one mobile device. And so you place that melting point, I think, and you use it as a single target. Maybe you range it, I'm not sure, but I really think Die has slowly established a defensive perimeter with better chaff clear.
Right.
And I like that melter positioning because it's hard to give up. That push side is also where the high level Farseer is. Eventually the steel balls have leveled. This is almost certainly the last round, and I like Die's position. This is why I said that they fall off, and I felt like there wasn't enough hit point damage being dealt to capitalize on the kind of death by 1,000 cuts.
Right. Roxas adds a second overlord over here. Has decided to put his melting point in the main push as well. So the melters will be directly opposite each other. No, they won't. We've sold the melter and taken range on Roxas's steel balls.
Building a boat push.
It's gets the second boat. So
That's very strong. Ooh, that's expensive, but the mech is strong. There's a chaff clear issue. Now these sentry missiles, one of them will land, one won't. We are adding more of the anti-missile Farseers. I'd really like to see more anti-missile devices. That said, these steel balls are going to tank well. That melter gets its locks. The rhinos are gone.
Got a second good lock.
Gone.
Oh, that melter was beautiful for Die. It's even going to get the final lock on this last thing. The Farseers are gone. And, oh, no, they are not. I take it back. Die still has a Farseer. And Roxas does not. 3,300 damage. Your underdog, 14th seed Die, down 1-0 gets it done. Forces a third and a decisive game. That is exactly what we wanted to see. Don't go anywhere, guys. This is excellent. And you heard Age of Alpha Titan call it. He saw the line for Die. All Die needed to do was stabilize enough. And if Roxas was in trouble, he was going to go down really, really hard. And
no chaff death. Like 3 more like crawlers to come in to keep this melter occupied indefinitely wins the round. Doesn't lose the last round by as hard. The steel balls with heavy target lock putting in work, and like Farseers are too easily shut down as the game scales on.
Right. At some point you need to pivot to selling out of them, especially at the points where they are getting insta-locked and deleted, and you can see that. Right, so it's like at that point start selling out of it. This guy
or redeploy them rather than playing Rhino cheeky kind of angular plays.
Right, this guy had done 510,000 damage over the course of the game but only 13,000 of that is in the last round. Same thing over here. It's 683,000 for the game, but only 62,000 in the last round. And they
Super
could
cool
have
game.
been, yeah, they could have been redeployed. They could have been sold to fund Roxas' transition to whatever his close game state is. Wait a minute. Who bet on die at the start of that one? That's
Nobody.
Right.
Womp womp.
Oh, no. I did. Plus 11,000 insight.
Nice. There you go. The round 3 that the people deserve.
We get the round. We will take a 2.5-minute ad break. Players, you guys can grab water, drinks, whatever you need. Go to the bathroom, shake it off. You've got your final match coming. And you can start in about 60 seconds as, we have the 90-second delay. Let us put a final prediction up for you guys that enjoy that. We didn't have anybody bet on die for that last match. So you could have earned a zillion rocks betting against Roxas. Now, betting against Roxas twice in a row, even that I'm not sure about.
I will give a shout out to oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the name.
Predictions are up.
Oh, I'm gonna feel bad now. Who was it? Who was it that like
switch seat?
Yes. Somebody was it somebody bet on me in my series of underdog matches in my semis and then finals and made
yes,
like
Bimpy.
200,000 yes.
Bimpy is a rock billionaire after betting on Alpha Titan.
Every game of my comeback, and I had to win like 5 or 6 straight, and I did, and it was great games. Every one of them was different, but he was just a believer, and he made bank.
He made bank. It was incredible. Apparently he bought yes, apparently he bought his way into a moderatorship with the rocks that he made. I don't know. I don't think that's how that works, but he says he's got 400,000 now. Yikes.
So either the answer is always bet on Alpha Titan when he's the underdog, or follow Mr. Bimpy's betting odds. I don't know which of the two lessons is correct. Maybe both.
All right. We are going to hide chat. Nobody can send us invites. We are ready to go. Of course, for those of you following along, here's the bracket. We are in our so SW9876 and Blood are facing. We are in the third and decisive game for Roxas Free Die. Previously, we have seen Coldfire beat Doxson 2-1. The number 7 seed winning there. The number 2 seed Odyssey won 2-0. Number 12 seed Ignatius Pennyfeather upsets Raiden G 2-0. Number 4 seed Cody was through against Dead Eagle. Number 8 seed Park beat Fort Build 2-0. And number 1 seed Red Scare of 94 has made it through. So thus far, only one upset. That was by Ignatius Pennyfeather. So congratulations. Die trying to join that list and make it into the final 8. Just has to beat Roxas one more time.
No Rhino spec.
No Rhino spec for either. Training spec for Roxas. He's got a Tarantula Crawler start. For Die.
Good. Training spiders is always spooky.
Range spiders are good. I don't like a 4600 supply specialist. Even though it's the wrong pack into the Tarantula. Instead, it'll be a elite specialist with ball and crawler. I want my steel balls in place all the way.
I mean, he won with them last round, and I think it's a solid elite pack. You've got your crawler chaff. You've got something fast to back up a push. There's a lot of blue units that make this comp feel really strong. Round 1 bird, though.
Round 1 bird for the training specialist, making good use of that extra 50 that the training specialist gets to invent flying early. Of course, Dai
Right.
can't really answer that. I mean, his best bet would be level 2 marksman or level 2 fangs if he knew it was coming.
You don't add blue fangs into spiders. You might add a blue
Probably
marksman,
not.
but not when you already have balls as your DPS. So there's almost inevitably going to be no upshoot here.
It'll be a pair of blue hounds.
Wow.
Hounds into Tarantula is a painful choice. You don't want to
And
be...
they're blue, but you can kind of bully that and level off them. Just spooky.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at.
Now, notably, Roxas clicks the intensive round 1, which I 100% agree with. I think you want that off cooldown sooner rather than later. The amount of EXP you're going to get on that spider when you're already into balls is dubious, and so I'd much rather click the button.
Right.
And know I have my level 2.
Yeah, I do too. I always click the intensive and figure it's going to be off of cooldown quicker, and that is way more valuable to me than saving it, maximizing the XP gained.
Interestingly, the spider that didn't get intensive dies instantly, so all of the experience on this other one is essentially moot.
Right. Yeah.
For this round, and the Phoenix should win by default in the air, just by virtue of no upshoot.
Should. Barring a very unexpected stray shot here.
I don't know, maybe these crawlers invent jumping.
I mean, they do have the slowed down rate of fire. That is today's patch. Dropped the rate of fire from 3.2 seconds to 3.4 seconds. So it is actually legitimately possible that you don't win the round if you wind up with your Phoenix cleaning up crawlers. So.
I was wondering how many crawlers would be left after the spiders went down, but everything on the right was gone. So even then, though, it came down to like 10 seconds.
10 seconds to spare. Exactly.
Yep. The bird does level. Ooh, and you get the double chaff as elite spec. That is what you want to see.
This is exactly what the elite specialist player wants. I'm surprised.
Or level 1 deploys, actually.
Dai has taken level 1 marksman as the answer to Phoenix.
I don't hate that, actually. I think that either any of those options were 100 cost deploys you were getting duplicates of. That is the dream for elite specialists, so it didn't have to be chaff. Although,
I mean, if you're going to use chaff as a chaff, you want it to be level 1, not level 2, right? So that's why I would prefer to take the level 1. Personally, I would take the level 1 fangs and then take the level 2 marksman as my, using my normal deploys as a. Because the level matters, right? All of a sudden they're doing 4,600 instead of 2,300. You're firing into tarantulas. Yeah, I'd like to do double damage there. So.
Now, one thing to note, this is a very minor thing, but I think it has potential to be big. These fangs that are next to the tarantula on the right that were just added kind of in this corner, I would have made those crawlers because they are in front of blue hounds, and the fangs are so fragile. I think the number of bodies there would have mattered. And the extra hit points would have mattered. I think the fangs are going to evaporate too quickly.
Can certainly see that. The level 2 hound out here and a level 2 hound here are the adds for Dai, along with the level 1 marksman, of course, we just talked about. For Roxas, it was a lot of chaff. Fangs, crawler and crawler. In order to take the level for the Phoenix, I guess.
These hounds are clearing so much chaff over here before they die during that debuff, and these steel balls should get another one. This marksman on the outside should be able to clear these Phoenix. This should be around for Dai.
And it will be. Thumpada. Steel balls will tank the remaining fang shots. And level 2 hounds getting the job done for Dai. So, 4,800 to 4,150. This is the third and decisive match of our best of 3. Single elimination, loser goes home, winner is through to the final 8, where it becomes double elimination again, as it was in the previous Mecha Mini Masters. Laser sights for Roxas. Die has nano repair, efficient tech research, extended range arc light. Seems very unlikely.
Sells the Tarantula again into a matchup where I think it's strong. I think Roxas is showing he doesn't have faith in these spiders.
He does not have
And
faith in the spider.
I think it's a poor decision to sell. I think it's a very strong unit in this matchup. He also didn't take the level that he used Intensive for on the previous round. That's still a level 1 spider. I don't know that I agree with those decisions. I think this is giving Dai a lot of tempo that he doesn't need to surrender.
Right. Now, Roxas has leveled the left side tower, brought in the double wasp flank, intensive one of the wasps, given that wasp the laser sight, and protected them from a sentry missile with a crawler. So, slight wrinkle on what Cheese Mechabellum was teaching me on Wednesday. That full commit wasp flank, they're very uncomfortable. But
I'm also really sad to see the intensive on a wasp that's itemized and not be taken for the level.
Yes.
Because this has, this in theory is saying this will win me the round and could easily go from level 2 to 3.
Right.
And he runs jump, so you can salvage them, and I think it's just an incredibly big missed opportunity, and he is, I think, poorly leveraging his specialists.
And Die with the elite specialist Mustang right out in front of it.
Oh my goodness.
That is perfectly positioned to go have a field day.
That's gross.
And eesh,
wow.
Yeah. Those wasps are dead on arrival. Mustang is a third of the way to level 3. And don't you wish we had a tarantula to clean it up now?
Exactly. You know what's good into hounds and Mustangs? A spider.
Yeah, and into steel ball. Right? Like, tarantula into steel ball can really clean them. Really clear them if the steel balls haven't gotten the levels that they need. They have hit points. This one has. Die at 4,800. Roxas down to 3,100. How are you going to turn this around, sir?
If you're Roxas, I almost feel like you turn this into a standard defense and go Vulcan somehow, because all of this dies to fire. And you can gobble it up and make a level off of it. And intensive and get to like a level 3 Vulcan potentially, but you're so far behind on tempos with all of your selling of deploys. This is rough.
Roxas takes a elite Rhino. He is in fact doing the thing. Cheese Mechabellum called it. Full on rhinos, a wasp, and crawlers on the flank, and he's supporting it with the underground threat. And this time the wasps have range, so they won't get out in front of the crawlers. That should let them clean up the Mustangs and ground forces over there. The Rhino should also live. Now, on the other side, we are double missiling the steel ball. In case it leveled, sure. And in case there's an AMD out there, maybe.
Roxas is putting out a huge amount of his money here for really killing just the steel balls.
Right.
Honestly, obviously he doesn't know that the Rhino is going to be there yet, but already having steel balls on the board, those steel balls make an excellent positional play into this Rhino. We know that heavy target is run, so this Rhino, even with armor, like there's no real shenanigans you can do to save it. I honestly think the Die is in the driver's seat here with plenty of angles to pull this in. I will...
He is really committed to the hounds as well. Has range on the hounds.
Hounds eating spiders.
Yeah, never thought you'd see that. Gets the tower first, gets the other tower as well, and now it's just, can my 2 marksmen clean up all these wasps? Do the wasps
probably
get to
not,
feast?
And they probably level, yes.
Now they're back out of
these
debuff.
Could be level 4. Now these don't have ground spec, notably, so this is...
Not
no,
yet.
They do have ground spec.
They have it available on the bar. It's not taken yet.
I was blind. Right, I was mistaken. But it looks like this marksman will actually clear them, but not before they level.
Yeah, they have feasted. But they do go down, so Die wins round 4. Roxas will be down to 2780. Die on 4,800. We go to round 5. It's a full Rhino Wasp Crawler flank for Roxas. Now he's got
And
a
a
Wasp
wasp.
Swarm with teched Wasps already. He's going to play those defensively over some of the Hounds that have been causing problems. Note, of course, he could also level this Crawler to change the breakpoint there. It builds out the Crawler line a little further on the flank.
Wow, Roxas has nothing on his board. He's sold out of so many things.
Sells out of the Tarantula to bring in a level 1 Rhino, level 1 Wasp on the left side. Does have his intensive available. They can intensive either of those, but he's not going to necessarily. Takes the mobile beacon to send that in at the left side tower.
Here's where I want to start seeing vertical steel balls, Mustangs behind, and like just building a board that can't be pushed while never surrendering the beacon pressure on Roxas's tower to keep him honest. Roxas is paying through the nose to missile this, and I think these steel balls deserve a level purely on the grounds that they will be better at killing rhinos if they survive, and you saw the double missile last round. Or maybe you didn't, but if you're watching, you ideally do. And you force him to keep double missiling. He's basically paying for your steel ball level if you do that.
Welcome into Raiders. Thank you for the raid, Zyberfen. I hope you had a wonderful stream. We are in the final of a best of 3 for trying to qualify for the Mechabellum Mini Masters, which is next weekend starting at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. We've got Roxas and Die, who were both part of the Mechabellum Mini Masters last time, out. It's a Wasp Rhino from Roxas into Steel Balls and Hounds from Die.
Not putting a steel ball for that Rhino flank, though, was a huge miss. I think that was almost a miss you can't afford to make when you know how powerful this is and you're crushing him everywhere. I think you still win the round anyway, but you could be doing 1,000 or 1,500 damage here if you answer that flank efficiently instead of leftover damage, if not risking a loss.
Right, it is not going to be a round win even, with the Wasps getting the job done. Now they're starting to level. They still don't have ground spec taken. They'll be level 4, level 3, level 2 on the right side. The level 2s are in a flank screening position. The level 2s would have been the Wasp flank, I guess. The Wasp call in last turn. So no level 2s, my bad. Roxas takes a mobile beacon, and Die has his choice of intensive absorption. He takes the absorption. And
he didn't use the last one, so I really want to see him use these. I think he is in the driver's seat, but the more you give Wasps time to scale, you do risk them running out of control.
Right. It was drill crawlers last round for Die.
I think into rhinos, that's a mistake. Now, granted, these rhinos don't have whirlwind on them, so they cannot be your chaff clear later.
And there's no splash on the Wasps, so it's kind of a big empty gap there.
Yes.
Look at this. Roxas is going with the Rhino and Wasp trying to mobile beacon to distract around at the tower here. Instead of going straight after tower, he's going to play some defensive shenanigans. Die is switching it up. Switches to Fortress, absorption module on a level 2 fort straight opposite this guy. Absorption module on that fort opposite this guy. That is going to be a long-term scaler that can beat this board. But in the short term, I think it's the wrong choice.
I don't like taking both forts and not taking A on either of them. I think that's just a categorical mistake. I think if you're doing this, it's to take Fort AA so that you can leverage that, because you still haven't ranged the Mustangs. And a big, beefy fort is just a big sack of experience to feed Wasps if it can't shoot up.
And that is exactly what's happening on that back right corner. That thing couldn't take care of the Wasps. And he's now tipped that he has them, but it's not like Roxas is running shields, so it's not like there's an obvious counterplay.
There's not AA on the bar.
Wait, what? The forts don't have AA. Shocking news at 11. Wait a minute.
Makes no sense now.
Roxas.
I'm worried that Dai is going to throw this lead that he absolutely put Roxas in a corner and then is letting go. Scorpions are great here. Selling them, though, that would actually be a really efficient way, since you're getting 3 bodies, to clear these hounds in one shot.
Right, but Roxas is funding the rest of the build, and now has ground spec on the Wasps to just delete those forts. And
these Wasps are now insanely high damage on the ground.
Right. 1130 normally times 3, so 3,300 per shot, and shooting every 1.4 seconds each time out, right?
No.
Now it's Elite Marksman on the bar for Dai. I feel like I'm watching myself play this and screaming at the mistakes. This is my favorite build. This is my favorite button. I used to run it this way with the Elite Range and Launcher Overload. They are going to be a great answer to Rhinos. They really, really are once you have them up and running, but they're not going to live.
The Rhinos aren't really the problem.
They're not going to live. Yeah, the Rhinos are a tank for the Wasps. The Wasps are the problem. He has ranged the Mustangs. He's got the Mustangs in all 3 kind of areas. Picks up a 3rd fort to try and delete a level 1 Rhino with a level 2 fort. I mean, at that point, Roxas is just winning on economy for that matchup.
Basically, just have a small handful of Mustangs. I can see them getting the job done eventually, but I feel like the only good news is that there's no elite, so the range on these Wasps is fixed.
Right.
So range AA Mustangs will absolutely body them in the long term with scaling, and these forts can kill the Rhinos.
It's true, the Rhinos have died, and it looks like the Wasps are also going to go down. They're working on the wrong things.
Yep.
And eventually the Mustangs do the job. So it's Dai is on 4150. Roxas down to 1820.
I think this speaks more to the position that Roxas is in, that forts that can't shoot up and are way overcosted for the Rhino answer are still getting the job done when there were steel balls already in play.
For Roxas, another mobile beacon when there was... that gives him 3. There is a...
Oh my goodness.
Not photon emission, it is electromagnetic blast for Dai. I don't know why everything keeps switching back.
To shut everything off.
He's going to put it out in the middle of nowhere to hit the entire flank. It turns off the Wasp techs. And,
that's exactly what I wanted to see.
Potentially the Wraith techs, while also kind of missing his own. He'd also replicating on the crawlers, despite the presence of the Wraith there.
Like the cell on the worm. We need to make sure we take every Mustang level every round. That's non-negotiable if you are Dai. These Mustangs have to be leveled.
Straight run from this Rhino on that unprotected tower. We've got another mobile beacon impacting units out there. Now, it will be 5 seconds before that EMP lands, so anything that can get out of there is going to be in better shape. Roxas has also taken... Boom! So he's got the Harry Potter Rhinos. They... final blitz, explosion upon death. But most of this whole flank has been turned off. The final blitz, this Rhino did not punch that tower. It exploded and killed that tower. So that is one heck of a way to get it. That's common in 4-player free-for-all. Not often seen in a 1v1. But again, we're in some trouble. There's not much left on the board for Roxas. He's got a Scorpion Rhino. Things have finally turned back on from the flank. There's, again, the boom getting it done. The boom seems to be taking out the Mustangs. So Roxas wins round 8. We go to round 9. It's 1,800 for Roxas, 3,600 for
Photon
Just
coating.
Die. Photon coating taken for Roxas. Super heavy
This is a
armor
game
for Die.
kind of like Fortified Mustang almost. The triple, well, I don't know. I guess it helps a little bit against the Wraith, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's still just a bait. The extra health is obviously not going to tank a ground spec Wasp, so the range is still probably more valuable.
It might be a turn late, but we've got photon coating on the rhinos now to make sure that the final blitz can't get turned off. We've also taken a impact drill on our own crawlers, and do have a slight edge in terms of the having taken the 1-on-1 where Die has only taken the hit points. It'll be a super heavy fort right in front of this guy. Those forts are up to elite launcher overload, so 90-meter range, but they should just be deleting rhinos pretty quickly. On the other hand, those rhinos get in with photon emission and explode. So
Roxas going back and forth about how he wants to get this blue rhino. He sells the level 1, elites a level 2, undoes, and then uses intensive
to make it level
for the
2.
level.
Yes.
Yes.
This is
Acid here. And this is going to be rough. I think with 3 mobile beacons, this is just absolutely brutal.
yeah.
The Mustang level's not being taken.
Oil playing defense out here. We get a Wasp v Wasp on this flank due to the call-ins. That goes Roxas' direction. The Boom Rhinos are all dead. The photon emission on the level 2 Wraith is tanking a whole bunch of Mustangs over there. That's going to let him get to the tower on that side, this time through normal means, not through a Boom Rhino. The Wraith has done its job. It's lived as long as it can. We're down to, oh no, outranged Wasps during tower debuff. They go down like paper. That'll have hyper level this Mustang. And it leaves Roxas with just a single Scorpion. Die wins round 9. Roxas.
Punch, counter punch.
Roxas at 1,200 hit points. Die at 3,600. Reinforcement
So,
drop.
in this situation, I think Roxas absolutely wants armor on his Wraith. I think it was tanking enough that it's the one that you want. I think the forts are positioned well enough to answer these Boom Rhinos, that the armor on the Rhinos, being the 4th tech, was probably too expensive.
Yeah,
I think he needs to fortify his air answer.
I agree with Ignatius Pennyfeather that the armored Ray is better than the armored Wraith. It's going to be jump drive on the Wasps to speed them up and get them out of there. So opponent is committed to this flank. We've now got jump drive on the Wasps. They are level 8 with the laser sight, level 7 without it. And there is just no great answer over here. We'll have our mobile beacons available. Should just chew through all of this while opponent is still busy answering that side. Die has taken aerial spec on the Mustangs. I don't know if that was last round or this round. All the world's mobile beacons, and Roxas is willing to run the Rhinos right into the forts so that they boom there. And
Roxas' tower is really vulnerable. I think this counter beacon may literally just get in and well, there's the
now
Rhino
there's
here.
a Rhino there, and these Rhinos are 4-teched now with power armor. You can't missile them to slow them down anymore. Lone's range and speed for both players. Die just getting his clicks in. It does become an APM game sometimes.
Right. Only when self-inflicted.
When you have thought about it, and when you've thought about things for long enough, that it becomes difficult to get all your clicks in. Tower take
tower
again, this time for Die. Is that GG's? I'm counting more than 1,200 on the board right now. Those
like 1,000 overkill to me.
last couple of fangs are not going to do enough. Die is going to knock out your number 3 seed, Roxas, He was one of the final four last
Okay,
time
400.
out. And
Not quite.
Die 1896 knocks out Roxas the 2063. Brilliant defense from Die. Really well played. Sure, it felt questionable when he was in Elite and Launcher Overload and didn't have answers to the Wasps, but by the end it has stabilized. He's got the Mustangs he needed to defend, and with the shields up for the forts and the forts having leveled and having the ability to absorb through things, through damage, they are able to survive long enough to do the knockout damage. GG's, Die the winner. And Bimpy says, all right, take my rocks. Whoever had faith. Whoever had faith in Die gets a 14-1 payout on this channel. I do have a couple of shout outs. Thank yous to Ghoul Dude and previously T Park 27 and SW 9876. Thank you guys very much for the follow. Thank you again to Zyberfem for the raid and to Anabolica for supporting the channel with a bunch of gift subs. Much appreciated, all of you. Alpha Titan, anything to add? Any observations?
I love the energy here. I love one thing I think Roxas did amazingly well was stick to his guns, play his style, and did really well with that. And I think what Dai did was patiently play his style. And I think these games were kind of exemplary of those two differences, where Dai was slowly trying to create a shell of an answer. And it just was one of those things where it could get close, but then it couldn't quite close out.
Right.
So.
And yes, to Ignatius Pennyfeather much earlier in the day for the raid as well. Thanks to you, sir. In the other game in this final set, Blood gets the win 2-0 over SW. So the number 11 seed, number 14 seed, number 12 seed all through, knocking out 3 of the top 6 seeds. Congratulations to you guys. Other winners include Coldfire, Odyssey, Codafly, Arc 09, and Red Scare of 94. That sets up our final 8. Final 8 will be on tomorrow. Not tomorrow, next Friday.
I was going to say, wait a minute.
6 p.m. Next Friday, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Ignatius Pennyfeather, what the heck time is it in the UK right now? But you have earned the right to play it. 5 a.m., brother. 5:20 a.m. Holy smokes. He has been up all night for this. Really appreciate it. He has changed his whole sleep schedule to be on form for this. That is part of the advantage that he had, part of how he gets that win that we cast against Rage and Jim G.
And I want to say, of all the games we watched, Ignatius Pennyfeather seemed to be the most dominant of those 6 players that we cast.
Yes.
Just absolutely commanding both of his games.
Yeah, he was in control.
Felt like he was in a winning position that could keep winning. It wasn't even as though it felt like any of the games he played that he was on the verge of a counter stabilize. Because sometimes, you blow someone out and don't lose a round, and you finish the last round with like 200 points of damage as you squeak under the finish line.
Yep.
Before the stabilization turn, but it just felt like he was just playing the game, and yes. I was very, very impressed.
Now, we did not see the number 2 seed Odyssey, but
no, we didn't.
With the 4 seed, I know Cody pretty well. The 5 seed out.
Yes.
And we saw the 1 seed, and the 3 seed is out. So that is going to be, I think, based on what we saw today, Ignatius Pennyfeather has almost got to be a favorite going on. We'll get some hype matchups coming up. Here we go. Number 1 seed. Wait, what? We have Blood against Red Scare of 94. Coldfire against Park 09. Die against Cody. And Odyssey against Ignatius Pennyfeather. Those will be the brackets next week. Super awesome. We do have some thank yous to say, including to Clint Leetwood for doing all of the organization.
100%.
But yeah, indeed. That is going to be a lot of fun.
I think I'm with Kat on this one. I do think Red Scare still is the number one seed, and you're going to have to prove to me that you're the favorite to be higher in my estimations. But I would say that Penny is the one that I would say is my number 2 pick if I'm looking at the games I've seen so far as what to go on. Odyssey, I think, is also in that very, very dangerous mix.
Park says, I know it's obvious, but I don't see any easy oppositions. It's true. It is true. All right, that is coming up next week. That'll be 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Very much looking forward to it. I have to bring our stream to a close, guys. Thank you all very much. First off, our mods today, we have had pretty much the whole gang here. So shout out to Zalex, Vimpy11, CatSameU, Alpha Titan, Whooped GG, Jerry Hattrick, and Ignatius Pennyfeather for being here. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it. Without you guys, streaming was infinitely harder. VIP sponsors, Anabolica23 had a great set of gifts today. Toast94, Blue Feral, Just Nice XYZ, Fab4200, and XfireX, the other VIPs from sponsorship. Hardware support through Blue Feral, Ocelotus Gaming, Mr. John Thursday, and Salt Monkey Zach. Without you guys, we don't even have the hardware to do this. Thank you guys so much for being here. And Alpha Titan, thank you for co-casting with me. Really appreciate you. And enjoy your day with your dad tomorrow. I know, yeah, absolutely. All right, folks. Good night, and thank you all for watching. We will send you on a raid. Where will we raid you to? That is the question. Who of these streamers, who of the casters is still staying on? Did anybody stay on? I see Vibe and Mumbo Jumbo. Bellicose Drake is still up, so let's send you to Bellicose Drake since he was one of the co-casters here. And it looks like he is showing Coldfire against Doxson in replay.